Good morning, everybody. I'm Nurina. Thank you for having me. And I'm so thrilled to be the host as well as the moderator in this one-day workshop about systematic review and meta-analysis. This is part of DECOTA series, the video conferencing with Universitas Airlangga. This time is held by the Department of Anatomy, Histology, and Pharmacology in collaboration with the Faculty Ambassador Office, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Airlangga. Warm welcome to our honored speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah Maldi Al-Shawash from University Malaya. Welcome to the head of Department of Anatomy, Histology, and Pharmacology, Professor Dr. Abdurrahman MKes. First of all, Alhamdulillahirabbil Alameen, praise to the Lord for His mercy and blessing to all of us that in this beautiful morning we've been gathering to learn knowledge from the experts and put effort to hone an important skill for us, either as a lecturer staff or postgraduate students, about how to properly design, conduct, and report systematic review and meta-analysis studies. Before we're starting the workshop, I'd like to invite the head of Department of Anatomy, Histology, and Pharmacology to deliver the opening remark to Professor Dr. Abdurrahman MKes, PA. The time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, assalatu wassalamu ala Rasulullah. We are glad in this morning that the Department of Anatomy, Histology, and Pharmacology of Medical Faculty, Universitas Airlangga, Indonesia, was able to meet and collaborate with the Department of Pharmacology, Medical Faculty of Universitas Malaya, Malaysia, in good health. Amin. Your Excellency, Mr. and Mrs. participants in this seminar, and Your Honor, our special guest, Professor Muhammad Abdullah Al-Shawash. Thank you for coming and collaborate with us. And dear all participants, we know that everyone has the privilege given by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala to him. In this webinar, we are happy to be able to participate in being awarded the privileges bestowed by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala on Professor Muhammad Abdullah Al-Shawash. Privileges which, among other things, become a way for us to be perfect in producing systematic or meta-analysis reviews. May all of our activities this morning and till this afternoon be in the grace of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Again, thank you for your coming and joining with this webinar, and good luck. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Muhammad. Please, your time.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Abdurrahman, for the nice opening remark. And ladies and gentlemen, today we're having great events with tight schedule. As you may see on the schedule and materials we've sent you, there are many topics that will be delivered and discussed in quite short time. Therefore, please be focused throughout our workshop until afternoon. And whenever possible, always turn on your camera with the virtual background we've already sent to you through the email. And every end of the session, you may deliver question either by typing it on the chat box or directly ask your question to our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, with us now join our honored speaker. He's an expert in systematic review and meta-analysis. I would like to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah Mahdi Al-Shawash. He is currently an Associate Professor at Department of Pharmacology, Faculty of Medicine, University of Malaya, Malaysia. He took 1 year postdoc at University of Malaya, and also he obtained his PhD degree in immunology at University of Malaya. But actually, he is from Yemen, where he obtained his magister and bachelor degree. He obtained a magister degree in medical microbiology at Sana University, Yemen, and a bachelor degree in medical laboratories, also at Sana University, Yemen. His membership is quite a lot, but he's now is an associate editor of the Journal of BMC Complementary Medicine and Therapies. He is also the scientist member of the Faculty of Medicine Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee, FOMIACUC, of University of Malaya, and he's currently joined as an Asian Council of Science Editors in 2021. His publication record is should be questioned because he has a Scopus H index of 15. His area of research expertise in drug discovery and pharmacological studies of flavonoids, polyphenols, phytoconstituents, and natural products in the area of colorectal cancer, obesity, diabetes, and fatty liver diseases. He also an expert in discovery of novel synergistic drug combinations against cancer. He also studies the role of probiotics and microbiome in colorectal cancer. He also an expert in molecular pharmacology as well as in toxicological studies. He has a patent application entitled Targeted Chemotherapeutic Drug Delivery System and Method for Producing thereof. And of course, his expertise in conducting systematic review and meta-analysis is should not be questioned because he has numerous publications in collaboration with many institutions outside University of Malaya, publishing systematic review and meta-analysis studies. Without further ado, please join us in welcoming Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah Mahdi Al-Shawash. Please take your time, Prof. Muhammad.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Martina. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and very good morning. Let me just start by thanking Airlangga University for the invitation. Also, I'd like to thank Prof. Abdulrahman and Dr. Norina for the arrangement. And hopefully at the end of this workshop, all participants, they will get benefit or they will master how to do systematic review and meta-analysis. Also, I'm really open for collaboration, especially for doing systematic review and meta-analysis with any one of you. I understand some of you are academic staff and some of you are postgraduate students, so I'm open with collaboration with any one of you, as long as the topic is relevant to my area of expertise. And after the workshop, if you have, you can ask questions after each session, but even after the workshop, my email is there at the first page, at the first slide. So feel free to drop me an email in the future to ask if you have any question or if you want to inquire about anything related to systematic review and meta-analysis. So let me check first. I'd like to check if all of you have received the materials of the workshop.
Okay, we've sent it yesterday.
Okay. If some didn't, I can send the link through chat. But if you already circulated, it's fine. But anyway, let me just send it. Because we need those materials. So this is the link of the materials. So let me just briefly, because later on during the workshop, I'll just ask you to open the certain materials. So let me just briefly explain the content of the materials. So the first folder, so its folder contain different folders. So the first folders, it contain different certain box is for your reference. Those box is for systematic review and meta-analysis, and really they are good resources. And then there is, as you know, systematic review, doing systematic review and meta-analysis, you have to follow certain guidelines. So here I have listed about 30 guidelines. So later on, we'll refer to those guidelines. So if I ask about any guideline, just go to the folder of the guideline. And then we have folder here is for the meta-analysis softwares. So today we'll use Ref Manager. There is other two different software, comprehensive meta-analysis and meta-XL. But can you, during the lunchtime, can you, all of you, install the Ref Manager? It's simply just check your computer if it's 64 or 32. So just install, click the appropriate link, either 64 or 32, and just follow the instruction. It won't take more than 2 minutes, because for the afternoon session, we will use this Ref Manager, okay, to draft the protocol and also to do meta-analysis. I'll talk about all the software later on. The slides, and there is certain resources here. I think this is for your reference. Perhaps after the workshop, you can refer to those. And here the slides, you can have the slides here. I have put certain raw data that we will use it to do meta-analysis. So that's all for the materials. Okay, so I'll try to make this workshop more interactive. So I'll ask you questions along the way during the workshop. So I'd prefer to reply through chat rather than by unmute. During the Q&A, you can unmute and ask your question or type your question, it's fine. But for now, if I ask any question, please just use the chat function. Is that okay with you? So let me just start with the first question. This is the logo of Cochrane for meta-analysis. What we call this logo? Any idea?
I think it is a forest plot.
Yeah, forest plot. Okay, so the second question. So actually, really, usually I say forest plot, it's kind of magic illustration because it summarizes everything. So can you tell me how many studies in this forest plot?
Seven.
Yeah, it's 7. So this is 1 study, 2 study, 3 study, 7 study, and this is the final. This diamond here, it's the final effect size. Oh, yeah, use the pointer. So this is this diamond at the end, it's the final effect size. I can tell also from this study if each individual study are significant or non-significant. I'll explain that later on. The size of the study, the confidence interval of the study, many interpretation I can conclude based just only on forest plot. So actually this logo for Cochrane, it's based on the study conducted, it's 7 trial studies conducted on the role of given intramuscular corticosteroid, which is betamethasone. And the aim of this meta-analysis to see if giving intramuscular betamethasone to pregnant women who are at high risk of preterm birth, does this betamethasone will improve the newborn outcome and reduce the death, the preterm death of the newborn or not. So Cochrane, they use this logo based on that study, and it's considered one of the earliest study for the meta-analysis. Okay, so again, before we start, are you familiar with CAHOT?
Yes.
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 So I'd like first to know you better and also to know your background. So can you go just to or Google kahot.it. I'll give you a PIN number. So just key in this PIN number and add your nickname or whatever you like. And there's 8 questions. It won't take more than 5 minutes. I want to understand your background and also your knowledge about systematic review and meta-analysis. So for me, later on, when I conduct the differentiation, if you have, let's say, basic or moderate knowledge about systematic review, I will go a bit in depth. But if it seems that you don't have the basic knowledge, then I'll try to cover also the basic aspects. Okay, so just Google CAHOT. And this is the key number. Okay. So this is the PIN number. Try to do it fast to save time. Yeah, I can see 2 players already have joined. 3, okay, great. So for those not familiar with CAHOT, I have prepared 8 questions. It's MCQ. Types of question, it's more to the MCQ. So you will see in the screen the question, and then there is 4 answers. In your mobile or your device or your laptop or whatever, you will see 4 different shapes. So you have to look at the correct answers in the screen, in my screen, and then just select the correct answer that it's inside the shape. Okay, so that it's based on 2 criteria: the correct answer, and you have to answer as fast as you can. So it's time matter, and also, and don't worry, I think the first 2 questions, it's just only I'm asking what's your background. So the number of participants so far 39. So I will start the game once we reach 30. Okay. Can you join a bit faster? We have 17 so far. Okay. For those trying to join, can you just write down this PIN number? Because I think because of time concern, I think I have to start. So just write down the PIN number. You can join us. Okay, so I think I'll start the game. So the PIN number is 9101197. Okay, here we go. So it's 8 questions. So the first question, what's your background? So only 20 seconds. As you can see here, the timer. Okay, so it seems 8 of you from medicine background. So they are medical doctors, or they are students from under Faculty of Medicine, one from biomedical science, one from pharmacy. Okay, sounds good. So I have prepared actually most of the examples for different steps of systematic review, mainly related to medicine. Okay, so second question. So I want to know your background or your knowledge about systematic review and meta-analysis. Okay, so it seems the majority, they have some basic level, and 5, they have nothing. Okay, so from now onward, there is few questions about systematic review and meta-analysis. So to really judge your knowledge, I want to see your answer for those questions. Okay. This study has the highest level of evidence-based decision. Is it RCT, cohort, systematic review, or case control? Which one has the highest? Okay, well done. So systematic review, I'll explain that in a minute. The systematic review and meta-analysis, in the pyramid, it has the top level of evidence. Okay. MASH term stands for? Okay, well done. So it seems white number, they know that MASH, it's medical subject headings, it's used by PubMed and other databases to index the articles, okay? Prisma checklist, if you heard about it. So we use it for what? Okay. So actually, there is other tool to evaluate the risk of bias. Each step in systematic review, it has different tools. So Prisma, it's very important tools or checklist. We use it to improve the reporting quality of our systematic review. It has nothing to do with the empirical or included studies. Okay, I'll explain that. So question number 6. So which one of those are tools we use it for risk of bias assessment? Okay. Yeah, most of you, they think ROB. Yeah, ROB, it's a very popular tool or most commonly used, but we use ROB just only for primary study, the RCT primary studies. So if the primary study is not RCT, like animal studies or in vitro study or observational studies, we cannot use ROB. We have to use other tool. So all those tools, and there is actually more than 5 to 10 tools to assess the risk of bias. I'll explain that during the workshop. So what's the software that we use it for meta-analysis? Is a question. Okay, risk manager. Last question about meta-analysis. Fixed model. It's appropriate for when the included study are okay. So we will discuss in details the random model and fixed model. Actually, fixed model, if the included or empirical studies are more homogeneous, then we can use fixed model. Otherwise, it's better to go for random effect model. Okay, well done. It seems some of you really have a good basic of systematic review. So the third runner, AKP-RP, and second runner, NOR. And then the first runner is Sharisa. I'm not quite sure if I have pronounced the name correctly. Well done. Thank you. So let me just close this one and let's start the workshop. Okay. Okay, so those are the outlines for the whole day. Also, I'd like to say that usually I conduct this workshop for 2 full days, but with more time for hands-on. So since now I'm trying to compress the whole contents for 1 full day, so less time for the hands-on. But if you have any question, even after the workshop, as I told you, feel free to contact me. So let me start with certain, with introduction. What's the definition of systematic review? Let's start with the systematic review. So there's different definition for systematic review. So one of the definition based on Cochrane collaboration. I'll explain later on what is Cochrane collaboration. It's high-level overview of primary research on particular research question that tries to identify, select, appraise, and synthesize all high-quality research evidence relevant to that question in order to answer it. So based on this definition, it seems there's research question. So each systematic review should have research question, and there is it's summarized. It's kind of review, but it's systematic review because it uses protocol, their strategy, and it uses systematic steps to do this review. And there is included or studies, we call it empirical studies. And the steps of this systematic review, it includes 4 main steps: to identify, select, appraise, critical appraises, and synthesize of those included studies. And this synthesis, it could be quantitative or qualitative. quantitative, of course, using meta-analysis. But of course, the difference between systematic review and narrative review or other types of review, we just include high quality of included studies. So how we can assess the quality? Using risk of bias tools and quality assessment tools. Okay, so this illustration to show you in the literature, if you look at the literature, most of the review, they are narrative review. So this illustration, it looks like human eye. So this big white circle, it's all types of review, including narrative review, scoping review, literature review, traditional review. And this white circle, sorry, yellow circle, it's the systematic review. So as you can see in the literature, there is less systematic review as compared to narrative review. And not all systematic review should end or should include meta-analysis. I'll explain that later on. So just only few of those systematic review, they have meta-analysis. If they are able to pull the data of the included studies. And this single dot here in the center, here in this circle, it includes the one of included study or one empirical study, just to make the concept clear for you. There is other definition, but they are more or less the same, but they are adding few terms. So this definition, systematic review answer defined. So there is research question by collecting and summarizing empirical evidence. So the empirical evidence, it means the included study. And here there is another term. Those included studies should fit or follow certain eligibility criteria, inclusion and exclusion criteria. So part of the protocol or the strategy, you should have inclusion and exclusion criteria. Another definition is to identify, so those are the steps of systematic review that meets certain eligibility criteria to answer the research question. So remember, the first step actually for systematic review, you should have research question. While for our research, if you are conducting research, either experimental work or survey or whatever, you should have, yes, research question, but also you should have hypothesis. The difference here, for systematic review, you cannot have hypothesis from the beginning. You should have research question only. Otherwise, there is kind of bias if you have hypothesis from the beginning about the intervention. This is another definition. It's almost same. There's also, this definition includes the same steps. This definition, yeah, here this definition, it adds that includes that there is certain, you should use certain strategy to limit or reduce bias of the included studies, and you should conduct critical appraisal, and it should be on very focused topic. So usually the systematic review on very focused topic. Systematic, this is another definition. It can answer question that individual clinical trial or individual included study or empirical cannot answer that question because maybe the sample size is not enough. So now by pooling all the data of the included studies, 10 studies or 20 studies, it will increase the power of sample size. Okay. So what's the characteristic of systematic review? It's protocol. So this is the key word for systematic review. There is protocol. There is protocol so anyone wants to reproduce or replicate your work, systematic review, they can do it. Even for meta-analysis, they should get the same result. And also, it has the systematic review has predefined inclusion and exclusion criteria. Systematic review is explicit, reproducible. Anyone can replicate your systematic review. It assesses the validity of the included studies or if there is any bias, and it has systematic synthesis of the finding. So what are the difference between narrative review and systematic review? In terms of evidence, which one has higher evidence, the narrative review or systematic review? Of course, the systematic review has higher evidence. In terms of methodology, for systematic review, there is protocol. So there are systematic steps according to detailed protocol. While literature review, it's expert opinion. If you are expert in certain area, you just summarize not all studies in the literature, you just select few studies that it serve your hypothesis from the beginning, and you summarize those steps. So there is no protocol. There is here, it's just only expert opinion. Bias. In terms of bias, of course, systematic review, it has low bias as compared to literature. Literature or narrative review, it has higher bias because usually the scientists or the authors, they don't include all positive and negative studies. They just select the studies that it helped them to come to the final conclusion. In terms of reproducibility, of course, systematic review more reproducible because there is protocol. In terms of scope, which one has narrow scope, which one has wider scope? Systematic review has narrow, very narrow scope because there is certain research question. In terms of question, it's focused question here, while mostly it's broad in narrative review. In terms of searching, for systematic review, it's kind of comprehensive search. So it's not enough for systematic review just to search for PubMed. At least to me, when my students, they ask me, I inform them they should at least search for 3 or 4 databases, including PubMed, so for medicine, PubMed or biomedical science, PubMed, Scopus, Web of Science, Cochrane. There is too many databases, but at least 3 or 4 to ensure the comprehensive searching. So we include all relevant studies. While for literature, it's limited. The expert, they can just select few studies. So which one more reliable? Of course, systematic review. And even the decision maker, they can decide based on this on the systematic review. So why it's important that systematic review and meta-analysis as compared to narrative? I'm sure all of you know this guy, Confucius. He said, study the past. So if you need to define the future, you have to study the past. So of course, if you have any research question about using certain drugs for chronic disease, let's say the government, the decision maker, they want to decide, they want to compare between 2 drugs for cancer. So it's supported by government. So they compare in terms of cost, in terms of efficacy, side effect. The best way for them to decide to go for systematic review and meta-analysis. And systematic review, it's based on the past studies. They pull the data of past studies. The other reason or the importance of systematic review for us as researcher or academician or scientists or medical doctors, it's really difficult for us to read too many articles per day. Can you imagine? This is a bit old illustration, but can you imagine about more than 5,000 per day biomedical articles? Can you imagine per day, published per day? In PubMed, more than 1,500 articles. And how many trials per day? More than 55. I think now more than 100 RCT articles published per day. Let's say in your expertise area, maybe there is 3 or 5 articles. So it's difficult for you to read 5 articles daily, RCT. So that's why we rely on systematic review. They just summarize all those studies. So for us as scientists, or you are a medical doctor or decision maker, just go to the systematic review, which will give you the final conclusion. The other things related to the importance, it summarizes the literature, but of course the narrative review, it does the same, but it has less bias. It's transparent because there's protocol, reproducible. It has more power. Why more power? Can you imagine each included study, let's say if the sample size is 50 or 100, and there is 10 or 20 included study conducted in different countries. So by combining all those included studies, you will increase the sample size from 50 or 100 to maybe thousands. Its source, usually the decision maker, they use those systematic review as evidence-based practice, and it resolves the conflicting evidence. This is the tricky word. If you want to conduct systematic review and meta-analysis in your area, so if you read in your area, there is conflicting report about certain topics, certain efficacy of certain drugs, adverse effect of certain drugs, or maybe method or pathways, the target of certain drugs, there is conflicting report about this topic. Then here we go. This is the topic that you can write a systematic review or meta-analysis. Conflicting, it means some they conclude there is adverse effect of this drug, certain adverse effect. Others, they said there is no association between this drug and this adverse effect, or maybe the efficacy, or so on and so forth. So conflicting, as I told you, if you found conflicting reports about certain topics, you can write a systematic review. You have to search if there is systematic review. If not, then you can write a systematic review. Of course, systematic review, it addresses the question related to clinical practice when there is uncertainty about this topic. And also, if you notice the grant applications, especially for NIH or other grants, usually the researcher, they include in their background or their introduction the systematic review and meta-analysis to support their justification of conducting the study. So it's good as a reviewer, if I review proposal for a grant, if I see in the background or justification there is systematic review or summary of systematic review and meta-analysis, it supports your hypothesis. Of course, there is other also reasons why we conduct meta-analysis, especially for academicians. They want to increase their H-index. So actually review, especially systematic review, it has higher citation as compared to research articles. But not just only because all those reasons. Sometimes systematic review, it may save life. Can you imagine their study conducted, published actually in 2005. So this study, this systematic review, they study the association between infant sleeping position, if the infant or newborn, they sleep in their front or on their back, and disorder called sudden infant death syndrome. So this systematic review, they have summarized or critically appraised the observational study that published between 1940 and 2012. So they concluded that the parents, they should not put their infants on their front for sleeping. And actually before 1990, this is the practice. Medical doctors, they advise parents to the best sleeping position to put them on their front. But this has been changed. So can you imagine, this study, it's published in 2005. If the researcher or scientists, they said, if this study published in 1990, which means about only 15 years earlier, it could save about 60,000 infant lives by just informing the decision maker, the medical doctor, there is association between sudden infant death syndrome and infant sleeping position. So sometimes really the conclusion or the finding of systematic review are very important. It has kind of clinical impact. Okay, so after this introduction, what types of systematic review? Is it, most of us, we just know the intervention review. But there is other types. So mostly the included studies in the intervention review, it's clinical trial, RCT, or sometimes quasi studies. But there is systematic review of observational studies, like this study that I just mentioned, published in 2005. So we call it, there is no intervention here. It's just only association. They, their final effect size estimation, it's odd ratio between the sudden death syndrome and the sleeping position. So usually the included study, it's not RCT here, it's observational study, either cross-sectional study, cohort, case control studies. There is also a third types of systematic review, it's diagnostic review. When you compare between two methods for diagnosis, gold standard method and there is new method. So you want to see which method are more accurate. So in this case, we use diagnostic systematic review. So usually the included study, it's diagnostic test accuracy studies. Okay, so this is the pyramid of the evidence pyramid. So as I explained during the Kahoot quiz, at the top of this pyramid is the systematic review. So at the bottom of the pyramid, case report. It has low level of evidence. Then case control, of course, as medical doctors, sometimes you publish case control studies. It has a bit higher, but cohort study has more higher level of evidence. Randomized, of course, RCT, it has a higher level of evidence. Systematic review, especially with meta-analysis, it has higher because it summarizes and synthesizes all those RCT because the power of the pool data. Okay. I think I'll skip this slide, but what I want to say, systematic review, it's very important even for the government. Sometimes they reduce the government or decision maker, they reduce the expenditure of on certain drugs. Let's say if we have 2 drugs with similar efficacy or similar severity of adverse effect, one is very expensive, the other one it's a bit cheaper. So by just looking at systematic review summarizing the efficacy, then we can, government or decision makers, they can just select the cheaper drug as long as it has the same efficacy, same severity of adverse effect. And also sometimes really we need it for better and long-term outcomes, because sometimes the included studies, it's the duration of intervention, it's a bit short. So what's the problem? So this is a cartoon. I have a message actually from this cartoon. So there's 3 guys or here in a balloon. They are asking this man here, he's fishing, where am I? This man is asking, or this guy is asking, where am I? So he answered, or he replied by saying, you are 30 yards above the ground in a balloon. So he replied, you must be a researcher. Yes, how did you know? So, because, sorry, I cannot read. Okay, because what you told me is absolutely correct, but completely useless. So he mentioned you are above the ground by 30 yards or whatever. So he answered, you must be a policymaker. Yes, how did you know? Because you don't know where you are, you don't know where you are going, and now you are claiming me. Funny, isn't it? What I want to say, both researcher and policymaker are important, but they have different perspective. You see the different perspective between the researcher and the decision maker. So how we can solve this issue? Now, the scientists, they focus on the research, but sometimes it's not, it has nothing to do with the clinical practice. So we should communicate. Both scientists, medical doctor, decision maker, they should sit together and then communicate to discuss their perspective. Different perspective. Okay, so let's move. We have some hands on here. I'll explain about Cochrane collaboration. What's the time? Yeah. Okay, so the most popular databases for Cochrane, for systematic review, what we call it Cochrane collaboration. So it comes after scientists or epidemiologists. This guy, his name is Archie Cochrane. So the collaboration, it's named after his name. Unfortunately, he passed away 1988. And the Cochrane collaboration, it established a bit 5 years after he passed away, 1993. So this guy, Archie or Cochrane, he's a leader in evidence-based. I think he published more than almost 1,900 plus evidence-based articles, mostly RCT studies. He focused on intervention and therapies, especially pharmacological therapies in medical practice. So he focused on RCT, qualitative method. Then the scientists, they call for collection of systematic review. He called actually to collect all those evidence as kind of systematic review. So he's the first one who introduced the systematic review term. So then, as I told you, 1993, Cochrane collaboration established, and then let me just remove this one. Yeah, and then so far we have 54 Cochrane review groups. I'll show you about 50,000 members and supporters. This is the website of Cochrane. We'll go through this. Feel free either to go through the website or just observe me while showing you the browsing this website. And it contains this Cochrane collaboration, or the website, it contains Cochrane library. Inside this library, so far about more than 8,200 review or systematic review and 2,400 plus protocols. Let me just, yeah, oops. Okay. So this is the website. I want to explain different things here. How to okay, let's open new window. So I'll explain this website for those that are interested to join as supporter or they want to join groups. By the way, it's you cannot simply publish your systematic review under the Journal of Cochrane, systematic review database for Cochrane, because simply you should be a member to publish. So for myself, usually I am a supporter, but I'm not a member. Usually I prefer to publish my systematic review and meta-analysis in other journals, because really the procedure of Cochrane, it's a bit tedious. I follow certain steps, like for risk of bias, for meta-analysis, for a Prisma checklist, all those things, I follow the Cochrane guidelines, but I don't, in terms of formatting, I'll show you a few articles. If you go, just to give you an idea before we go to the website, if you go here, we have certain, I just put certain systematic review and meta-analysis articles. If you, I just included 2 articles published under Cochrane, they just follow Cochrane. Can you imagine how many pages? So this is the first article. It's 124. This systematic review, it's about vitamin D supplementation for women during pregnancy. Another article, I think it's about smoking. Here it's almost also 100. While usually if you look at other databases like journals indexed under Web Science or Scopus, it's 20 pages or so why? Because they have tedious formatting. I'll show you later on when we draft the protocol under what they call it, under Ref Manager. Okay. So this is the Cochrane website. So let's start by how to join. If you are interested to join Cochrane, just click here, join Cochrane. So you can join as supporter just by creating an account. So as I told you so far, I think more than 60,000, I forgot the numbers, they are supporter. Just click this link and then create account. So once you click create account, then you are a supporter. In order to be member, you should collect certain points. I think they have threshold about 1,000 points. I will tell you how you can collect these points. And then you should search for certain groups related to your area. Okay, so this is the idea behind that. So let's go to Cochrane membership. So this is the procedure. You join Cochrane by creating account and then become a supporter immediately once you create account. Then you have to contribute to Cochrane by doing certain tasks. I'll show you what are the tasks in order to grant a membership, 1-year membership, only 1 year. If you collect 1,000 points, you will be member for 1 year. After 1 year, if you also carry on with contribution to the Cochrane, you collect another 1,000 points, your membership will be extended for another 1 year. But if you don't, no further task completed, you will come back as supporter. So it's lifetime contribution, okay? Let me just show you what are the tasks that you need to do. I think it's contribution. Yeah, under terms and condition, you can see what types of tasks that you should conduct. Okay, yeah, it's here. So the duration of membership, it's just only 1 year. And on condition, you should collect, I think, 1,000 points. So it's mentioned here, you should collect 1,000 points within 12 months. And how you can obtain those points? I think first one is difficult. Unless you join certain groups, I'll show you how to join groups. You have to publish a protocol or review. It gives you 3,000 points or 5,000, but you can simply review a protocol. So if you register as a reviewer, or you contact certain groups, I'll show you the groups, and you can say, I'm expert in this area, I can review your protocol. You can just reviewing 2 protocols or 1 protocol and review, you can collect 1,000 points. You can also do attend their events, and you can translate certain articles for them. All those you can task, you can collect points. Okay, let me just go back to home. What I want to say also, okay, so as I told you, it contains library. So this is the Cochrane library, which contains all the 8,000 plus systematic review and meta-analysis. So here we go. You can see the groups here. So those are the groups based on the disease. Let's see the group based on the groups. So the Cochrane review groups. So there is 54 groups here based on different disease. So if your expertise area, let's say in lung cancer, so you have to join this group. This group, it's they are from different countries worldwide. They are working on they just work on systematic review related to lung cancer. If your area, epilepsy, HIV, skin, whatever, you can join the relevant group. So once you click the group, you can find the contact details, their publication, all the details related to that groups. Here also you can search. There is advanced search. So all the time for systematic review in any database, either PubMed, Cochrane, Web Science, you should use advanced search. But let's say here I'm searching how many review articles or systematic review published on COVID-19 and how many protocol, just to show you the databases. Yeah, I searched why I didn't get any article number, because I just searched on the articles that with the title. It should be in the title, and abstract include COVID. So let's search all text and then repeat the search. Okay, how many systematic review published on COVID? About 457. How many protocol registered but not published yet? Because the first step for Cochrane collaboration to publish your protocol, or sorry, excuse me, to register your protocol. So there's 234. There is trials also here. They summarize the trials, editorial, and special collection. There is different filters here. You can filtrate your search based on the date, status, so on. There is different based on language. So as example here, there is in Espanol, Spanish language, 451 articles. You can see other more language. Types, is it intervention or diagnostic? As I told you, there is different types of systematic review. Prognosis, I forgot to mention one types of systematic review, prognosis. Okay, but usually we prefer to use advanced search if you want, let's say, search about the role today during the steps. So during the hands-on, I'll use the ivermectin. Have you heard about ivermectin as intervention for COVID-19? Some researcher or some scientists, they argue it's very effective, while others, so it's conflicting. There's conflicting report about it. So you can use the advanced search. So the good things about advanced search, you can, there is a search builder here. You can search for medical, I asked you during Kahoot, the MASH, medical subject heading. You can ask using the PICO or PICO's platform. So let's say if you are searching, let's say, because I'll not repeat this one later on when I explain how you search for the synonyms or the MASH. Let's say you want to search for the MASH, either here or in PubMed for COVID. You don't know what's the alternative keywords for COVID-19. So, because for systematic review, important part of the protocol, you should include all synonyms, all relevant keywords in order to ensure you have covered all the included studies. So here, this is the term matching or synonyms for COVID-19. It includes 2009 nCoV infection, coronavirus disease. So it includes everything here. Okay, let's say if you want to search based on PICOS, perhaps you can try this website later on during the Q&A. Those they don't have a question. You can enter your search term based on PICOS, which is population. I'll explain that later on. Let's say COVID care. So is it population? You can select based on PICOS, intervention, comparison, population. But usually for first search, usually we use search manager or search builder, same like in PubMed. Let's say if I search for COVID and then continue, and then ivermectin as intervention. So then just few steps. I must log in, so I haven't done that. So it will give you how many articles. Let's say you want to write a systematic review on the role or efficacy of ivermectin and COVID-19. You can search first in order to ensure that there is no systematic review or protocol registered. Otherwise, it's kind of redundant. You are replicating the work. Okay, what else here I want to show you? Perhaps you can, it's very good website. Perhaps later on you can, this is their journal, Cochrane database of systematic review. I'm not quite sure about the impact factor. I think it's 6 or 7, the recent one. I'm not really quite sure. I want to show you also the grouping here. Clinical trials. The community. I want to show you 2 things before we come back. Okay, it's here. Cochrane membership. Wow, our evidence. No, it's not here. Get involved. There is map. Actually, I want to show you the map. Actually, I have checked in Indonesia. There is one group working on Cochrane. While waiting for that, it's about the community. Anyway, I'll try later on, maybe after the break, to show you the map of different groups worldwide, including Southeast Asia. I think there is group in your country, in Indonesia. The other thing that I want also to show you, there is really, if you go through this link, there is tutorial. If you are interested in doing systematic review or meta-analysis through Cochrane, you can find a lot of tutorial here. So this is the hub, their hub. So you can see different tutorial video for training about Cochrane, about meta-analysis, PCOS, how to use PCOS. So for more details, just go through their hub. It's really very useful. Let's try last time. So if we go for, I don't know, I think last time about us. Yeah, here. So just go to, if you want to see the groups based on map, just go about us and then our global community. So you can see the map here. Those are the 54, they are belong 54 groups based on different disorder or disease. So if you expand here, if you are interested to join, you have to go for your country. I think there is group here. Yeah, this is their website. If you are interested to join them, just click this link. You can find all the details, what they have published, their details. So they have their own website under Cochrane. We have also in Malaysia, but mainly it's in USM, and there is one group in under University of Malaya, but it's under the main group in what they call it in USM, Penang. Okay. So I think that's all for the history. Let me just. We are running out of time. Oops.
Yes, I think it's time for a Q&A. You still have some materials to share.
Let me just check my slides. Yeah, I think I have explained all those things. So this is the website. Just one point I want to say here. Why also I am not really interested to publish my work or to be a member with Cochrane. You should update your systematic review yearly or each 2 years. So do you think this systematic review, which published in 2006 and not updated since 2010, still true, still valid? No, it needs update. So it's compulsory. If you are a member and publish systematic review, you should update the systematic review each 2 years. I'll not go through Campbell. Campbell, it's for social science. It has the same concept, but it has only 9 groups. So if your area is social science, then you can go to Campbell's. The website is there. You can work there. So yeah, I think I'll stop. Yeah, so if you want to do a systematic review, you should ask yourself first those questions. This is the last slide before we go to Q&A. You should ask yourself if you have research question, if you have eligibility criteria, inclusion and exclusion criteria. Do you have team? Why you need team? Most of the steps, I'll explain all the steps. It needs at least 2 to 3 members or team. Otherwise, you cannot conduct systematic review alone. You cannot publish. Also, if you have time, narrative review, you can publish draft narrative review within a month, let's say. While systematic review, sometimes it takes between 6 months to 1 year, most of the time 1 year. Also, you should have resources because sometimes you have to translate certain articles from other language. So you should have fund and resources to do that. And also you should have expertise in doing statistical analysis. So I'll stop here. And I'll get your questions.
Okay, any question from our audience? We still have no question at the chat box, Prof.
I see. So if any one of you have question, just you can unmute or let's see.
Can I ask a question, Prof?
Sure.
I think for some developing countries are facing problem to do systematic review due to limited resources because we need to pay to be the member of, or we need to pay to have access to some databases.
Yes.
Like in Airlangga, we only have, I think we only have access to Science Direct and PubMed, I think, yeah, but like MBase probably, I don't think we have access. What do you think? How to solve it?
Yeah, it's really, do you remember for systematic review, in terms of searching, you should search for you should have comprehensive search. So minimum, you should have at least 3 databases. Here in UM, we have access to a bit good or enough number of databases, including Web of Science, Scopus, Cochrane as well. So I think, I'm not quite sure if you have access to Web of Science, journals indexed under Web of Science and Scopus. So if you have at least those 2 with PubMed, I think it's enough because most of the good peer-reviewed journal, they index under either Web Science, Scopus, or under PubMed. So I think those 3 databases. MBase, I think Scopus, it covers some of the MBase databases. But Cochrane, some research I have seen, they also include it as one of the databases. But again, it needs kind of subscription as well for certain features. So I'd prefer for, by the way, also for UM, the good things, even if, let's say we want articles, it's not under one of the subscribed databases. We can, as academic staff, we can order per year, I think 30 articles. And for postgrad students, they can order 5 to 10 articles, and the university, they pay, usually it's between 20 to 30 USD for those articles. So what I'm trying to say, yes, I think as a researcher or scientist, you can search first. And then if you stuck with, you want the full text of 3 articles or 4 articles, I'm sure even if your university or your institute is not subscribed for that database, you can request the person in charge to purchase or to order this article for you. Some institute, they find that more cheaper as comparing to pay the subscription for the whole databases. But it's compulsory because the reviewer, they will ask you if you have done all efforts to include all the included studies under different databases.
We have a question at the chat box. But I think this question can be addressed at the later session.
Yes, I'll explain
the
about MASH.
recipe.
Yes, I just I had quick explanation about MASH because I opened the Cochrane website, but actually I'll explain that in details later on under PubMed.
So I think because we have no more question, you may continue to next
Sure.
session.
Okay, great. Yes. Okay, so now, let me just, okay. So let's say now you have all those, you have time, you have team, you have resources, you have expertise in statistical analysis, you have research question, you can prepare protocol that if your answer for those questions are yes, then you need to make sure there is no other systematic review. So how to ensure there is no previous systematic review? Otherwise, as I told you, it's redundant. And most of the time, if you submit your systematic review, the reviewer or editor, usually they reject because they will say there is another similar systematic review published on the same area. So you have to search at different databases, relevant databases. So you should search at Cochrane library. I show you just at the CDSR, the website. So, but when you search, try to make the keywords a bit focused. So if you are interested to do a systematic review on the role of or efficacy of ivermectin against COVID, then you should combine both and search about either published systematic review or protocol. The other website, so I'll not go through Cochrane, already I have explained. Prospero. Have you heard about Prospero? Actually, this database for systematic review related to biomedical science or medicine, we should register the systematic review under either Prospero or Implesi. But I prefer Prospero, both of them for RCT or other biomedical systematic review. And both of them, they give you reference number, registration number, but Prospero more commonly among the scientists. And the peer review process for the protocol, it's a bit more trusted as compared to Implesi. So I'll show you as hands-on, I'll show you Prospero. And later on, we'll go through Prospero during where I have few slides about registration, how you register. But now I'll just explain how you can search to ensure there is no previous systematic review at Prospero. Of course, there is other websites like TRIP database. I'll just show PubMed clinical queries, ARE, and for social science, they have Campbell collaboration or Joanna Briggs library. So Joanna Briggs, it has the interest of this database, it's for social science. So they have tools for risk of bias, for social science, systematic review on social science, all tools related to systematic review in topics related to social science, you can find it under Joanna Briggs. Okay, so let's go. You can just observe me, or you can do, you can also try to search by yourself. If you have, let's say, if you have interested topic you want to conduct, or you are in the middle of conducting systematic review, so don't use my keywords. You can search by your own keywords. So just Google Prospero, or just click the link. Okay, here we go. So this is Prospero. So we use this database, Prospero, to register our protocol, and also to ensure there is no previous protocol register under this database. It's under National Institute for Heart Research. It's International Prospective Register for Systematic Review. So how you can search here, few information about COVID, you can register by clicking here. And before I search, one important point, you should create an account for each databases, including Cochrane, PubMed, Prospero. I will explain later on what's the benefit of creating an account under each database. Let's search for the same term. Let's search for COVID-19. Let's say how many here it's not published review, it's just only protocol. So far, how many protocol? Just only on COVID-19, 441. And some of them, the review still ongoing. Some of them, the review completed and published. You can click any of those to see if you are planning to create a protocol. So search using similar synonyms related to your topic, and then try to browse or open different protocol to see how they draft the protocol. So later on we'll go through the protocol, but it consists of about 40 questions. You have to answer all those questions, and it goes through peer review process. So in order to approve it, and then they will give you this reference registration number. It starts with CRID, so CRD, and there is reference number. And you can add this reference number in your systematic review article. So it adds kind of credit. Most of the reviewer and editor nowadays, they will look at the methodologies. They will see if you have registered your protocol at Prospero, then it's kind of credit that the protocol already went through peer review process through this Prospero. Okay. You can make your again your search more focused. Let's say I'm searching for COVID, so only 5 protocols, just only protocol for systematic review. They are looking for relation between ivermectin efficacy or adverse effect or whatever with COVID-19. All of them still ongoing. So let's say if you are you are going to draft systematic review on the efficacy and safety of ivermectin on treatment of COVID-19. So don't do that, because there is protocol already registered. So it's kind of redundant, especially it's registered since last year, since July 2020. You can open the protocol itself and look what are the difference between your idea and this idea, or between, let's say, your research question. Remember, what's the first step in systematic review? Research question, and this idea. Okay. You can also access, let's say, you can search based on researcher also. So let's say I'll just search. I have registered with my team few protocol here, about 7 or 6. Already registered. So why I opened this one, I want just to show you the type. So what's the difference between here, little rodent here, and this one, human? This is the type. So this is systematic review. The primary studies, the included studies, it's on human. While those primary studies, the included studies, it's on animals. So some of them completed and published. After you draft the protocol, after you publish your systematic review, there is one question about the link of the publication. So you just provide, after you publish your systematic review, then the status will be changed to completed and published. Those review, it's still ongoing. Some of them ongoing, some of them completed but published. So those kind of collaboration with different staff. As I told you, if you are interested in any one of those protocols, just click the protocol in order for you to allow you to draft your protocol. So this is one of the website. Let me just close this one. Okay. The other website, so it's not enough to search just only in Cochrane and Prospero and conclude there is no previous systematic review. You can search for Tribal database. I'll just show you this one. Perhaps later on you can search by yourself for other databases that I have provided. So the trip, again, it's based on PICO and it has advanced search. So when you search, let's say search for the same concept, COVID-19, let's search. So now you can filter it, how many systematic review, because this database, it's not just only for systematic review, it's for evidence-based, for RCT, for guidelines as well. But you want to ensure there is no systematic review, just filter your search by So you see here, this article is evidence-based synopsis, just systematic review. So there is, for COVID, there is 131. So you should go one by one, but it's better to make your search because now my search, it's a bit general, wider search, COVID. You should make your search COVID with what? Are you looking for the long COVID, let's say, or vaccine, certain vaccine with COVID? So, and then check if there is any systematic review, okay? I'll not go through, it has the same concept with others. Of course, if your area is science, don't go for social science. I just include the links for social science because sometimes I conduct this kind of workshop for participant who comes from social science background. And by the way, actually, sometimes for us as from biomedical background, sometimes we conduct research related to social science. So in this case, it's good to know that you should go for Campbell collaboration or Guana Pigs. Those are the links provided. Okay, is it enough just to search for Prospero, Cochrane, TREP, PubMed clinical trial queries? No, it's better to search also other databases like Web Science, Scopus, Science Direct, at least those three. If your systematic review more to behavior study, then cycle it, avoid. If it's to nursing, CNAL, gray literature, it's better also to search in Google Scholar to ensure that there is no published protocol or systematic review. So some of those databases, just to check if there is registered protocol, some to check if there is published systematic review. Okay, so with that, let's move to the steps. So all those are introduction. Let's say now you have all the resources and you search the literature, the databases, and there is no systematic review about your topic. So what are the steps? It's systematic review. What are the steps to do? Let me have the pointer. What are the steps of systematic review? Do you remember the definition? It's to identify the studies, select the studies, do critical appraisal, and then synthesize. So there's kind of synthesis of the included studies. This is my own steps. I arrange it based on my way, how I do, or I ask my students, or I arrange it with my collaborator to do systematic review. But I'll show you under Cochrane what are the steps. Different databases or different sources, they have different step sequence. So for me, I prepare this sequence. It's more clear, simple, and easy to follow. So there is 3 steps under identify. You have to formulate your research question and research question. So we'll go through each step during the differentiation. So the research questions should be based on PICO or PICOS model. And then the second step under identify, you should develop protocol or search strategy. So the protocol is not enough to have just only research question. You should include all synonyms or MASH or keywords. I'll explain that. What are the databases? What are the inclusion and exclusion criteria? So to define the eligibility criteria. So here I can say it's research question and protocol and eligibility criteria to identify your protocol or your system topic. Then under select, you should search for studies through different databases. So you should do literature search. So, but it's not random. It's just only you should search the databases that you have select using appropriate or specific synonyms or keywords. And there is certain, so you have to screen those articles after you search. Let's say you search PubMed, Web Science, Scopus, Cochrane, Science Direct for the databases based on certain syntax or query. And you should use the same syntax for all databases. And then you should screen. You cannot, because sometimes when you, even if it's focused question, you can get from PubMed 200 or sometimes 1,000 articles. It's difficult to screen, to read the full text of 2,000 articles under PubMed and similar number under Web Science. So the easiest way is just only to screen those articles based on the title and abstract. And of course, in order to include or exclude the study, it's based on the predefined inclusion and exclusion criteria. By the way, each step of those, it should be done by how many researchers, how many authors? May I hear from you?
3, minimum 3.
Yeah. Usually we prefer in the team 3, but it should be done by 2. Why we need the third opinion? In case of conflict. Let's say we are doing screening and I decided to exclude one study and you decided to include it. So then it's better to include it, but I think the more critical steps during the extracting data or during risk of bias. Let's say I score this study as high risk under 3 domains, but you score it as low risk. Now there's kind of discrepancy between me and you. Then it's better to have third member to get his opinion. So we should have meeting 3 together to discuss what's the right decision. That's why each step should be done by 2. And in case if there is discrepancy, we should seek third opinion. Okay. So including screening, it should be done by 2. So after you screen, perhaps you can exclude few studies. I'll show you different tools and different methods how you can do screening. We'll go each step one by one. Then after you screen, you have to select all studies and then get the full text of those. So you see at this step, maybe you'll end up with 4,000 or 3,000 articles. You don't need to get the full text, only at this step. For the included study, perhaps you can exclude, let's say 2,000, and then you end up with 800 articles. So those 800, you need the full text. And you can refine, actually, your protocol first, it should be designed as pilot protocol. You should review or revise your protocol after you apply your protocol at different databases. I'll show you later on. Then the next step is to extract the data. Let's say now you end up with 70 articles, you have the full text, and all of them, they are included based on the eligibility criteria. Here, now, the next step, you should extract the data of included studies, either those data qualitative or quantitative. So it's under select those 4 steps. Under appraisal, you should do risk of bias assessment, critical appraisal, and quality assessment. So it's very important steps. By the way, you can find what I'm trying to explain today is the ideal systematic review. I know you can find in the literature, some articles, they claim, in the title, it's written systematic review, but there is no risk of bias. So to me, it's not systematic review. They just use the approach of systematic review. They mention in their methodology, we have used 3 or 4 databases using these keywords, but they haven't done actually risk of bias. There is no team, there is no meta-analysis. So it's not systematic review. Some journals, especially low impact factor, they accept this title under systematic review because they just use the approach or the steps of systematic review, but it's not really systematic review. The systematic review should include all those elements, okay? So it's very important to have risk of bias assessment. Otherwise, the final conclusion of systematic review is weak. It's not strong. We cannot rely, or decision maker, they cannot rely on the final conclusion. Under synthesis, we have to do meta-analysis if it's qualitative, and then if it's not, then we can do just systematic review. So we can do synthesis either as meta-analysis or just critical appraisal as systematic review. Finally, the last step, now you have all the data, you have to present the finding using forest plot, different way, I'll explain that, and interpret the finding and draw the final conclusion. So can you imagine the systematic process, it's kind of factory. So in this factory, you insert in this factory random articles with different, it's not under certain, let's say, criteria. So along the way, by following all those steps, you will end up, this is the final product, systematic review. It's well designed with a strong conclusion, and then you can disseminate. Because along the way, you can exclude few articles because it has high risk, because it's not relevant. because it has missing data, because they used wrong statistical analysis method. So there's different reason why you have excluded different studies. So the final conclusion is really has high power of evidence or high level of evidence. Okay. I explained my steps of for systematic review, but this is based on Cochrane. What are the steps? They formulate the question. The first step is the same. Then they put together a team, and then they register the title. So when they register the title at Prospero, they should have, or other database, they should have protocol. Then they locate and select the study, which means they search the studies in the literature and select studies. They assess the studies for risk of bias. Then they extract the data. They summarize the data. They analyze the data, interpretation, and then improve and update. This is an important point. Let's say I told you systematic review and meta-analysis process, it takes long time, sometimes 1 year. Let's say I started September last year, and I just started drafting or writing the systematic review now in September 2021. Do you think there is few studies published in the last years? Yes. So you should update actually your review. I'll show you tips how you can create alert for your search at different databases, so you will be updated monthly or weekly about any published articles relevant to your search query. So you can include it from along the way. Otherwise, if you wait until after 1 year, now maybe under PubMed there is 10 or 20 articles. Under Web of Science, there is 5 articles. Can you imagine? You have to repeat all those steps. You have to repeat the screening title abstract, screening full text based on exclusion criteria, and then you should do risk of bias, extract the data. So it's the same procedure again. But if you do it based on first article published, you will get alert. It would be great. So this is the timeline based on Cochrane. As I told you, it takes sometimes 12 months. Those estimation based on how many months, maybe you need 2 months to prepare protocol, and really you have to pay attention to your protocol, because if the protocol is really good, it's appropriate and standardized protocol, all other steps will go smoothly. But if you have an issue, maybe you will not retrieve all the included studies because your research question or your keywords is not comprehensive. Okay, so you should do pilot test for eligibility criteria and also pilot test for your keywords, because sometimes you have to go and refine your keywords. Okay, registration of, so let's move now to the first step, which is formulating your research question. Let me just look at the time. Okay. So from now onward, we'll go step by step, and there is interactive question and hands-on. So the first step, let's now say already you have searched, there is no similar systematic review, and you have to formulate your research question. The research question, I'll show you a few examples. I know some of you have maybe your own research questions, so you should follow those tips and tricks and those guidelines. So you should formulate clear, focused, well-defined research question with appropriate scope, focused scope. You should define your terminology, the keywords. Of course, you should search the previous published protocol in order not to duplicate. And this is the framework for your research question. It's better to formulate your research question based on model or framework, we call it PICO or PICOS. So I'll explain it in the next slide. So conduct, of course, after you formulate your research question, you should refine your research question based on your search. This is the PICOS model. So P stands for population, participants, problem, and I stands for intervention or exposure. This is for intervention if it's intervention systematic review, exposure if it's observational systematic review. Do you remember? There is different types of systematic review. Of course, C stands for comparator. O, outcomes. So there's outcomes, either primary or secondary. And sometimes we add S, study design. So some systematic review, they just include only RCT studies. So the study design of included study. So study design, it's not systematic of your systematic review. Study design of included study or empirical study. Hopefully by now, when I mention included study or empirical study, you understand I'm referring to the primary studies that you will summarize them in your systematic review. So there is another frame, mostly they use it for social science, called PICO with small o. So P stands for population, I stands for phenomena of interest, so they don't have intervention or exposure. I'll give you a few examples. And C stands for, CO stands for context. Can you see this example? So this is really good formulated research question, formulated based on PICOs. So what's the population in this research question? It's patient with retained spontaneous circulation. What's the problem for those patients? They have post-cardiac arrest. So this is our population and problem. Patient with retained spontaneous circulation with post-cardiac arrest. What's the intervention? Does distributic hypothermia. So the intervention is hypothermia. What's the comparator? Compared to usual care. So this is the intervention. Sometimes the comparator, placebo or untreatment or baseline or standard care. What's the outcome? It's morbidity or mortality. So two outcomes. So really, this is a good example of well-formulated research question. Here are other examples. Excuse me. Can you just read this research question and tell me what's the population, the problem, intervention, comparator, outcomes, and study design if applicable for this research question? And do you think this is well-formulated research question or not? Can I hear from any participants, any of the participants?
Probably Dr. Sakina.
Yes, Dr. Sakina.
Which is the population of this blue sentences?
Yeah.
Probably the woman patient with stage 1 breast cancer.
Yes, correct. So the population, it's women patient, and the problem here it's with stage 1 breast cancer. So you see, it's very focused population, even for breast cancer with stage 1. So really very focused. So what about intervention?
Dr. Sakina.
Oh, it is still me, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay, I think the intervention is the chemotherapy and surgery.
So which one of them are the intervention? Which one of them is the comparator?
Okay. Well, I think it is the chemotherapy as the intervention, and then the comparator is the surgery.
Yes, correct. So they are comparing between chemotherapy and surgery. So you see, sometimes when we compare, it's not comparing pharmacotherapeutic or intervention with placebo or with baseline. We compare between two different interventions, like here, chemotherapy or surgery. What about the outcomes? So what's the outcomes here?
The outcome is reducing mortality.
Yes, correct. So the mortality, sometimes you have 2 outcomes or 3 outcomes in the research question. 1 or 2 are primary outcome and 1 is secondary outcome. So again, this is, I think it's really well formulated research question. Is it a must to include all elements of PICOS in the research question? No. The most important, at least you should have population, intervention, and outcome. Comparator, sometimes it's not important. Study design is not important. At least those 3 elements: population, or problem with the intervention and outcomes, okay? And as I told you, sometimes outcome, it's based on primary or outcomes. What about this research question? Any other participant can look at this research question and tell us what's the population?
I think Pak Dwi Marta, please. Pak Dwi Marta, which of this? Oh.
Yeah, so in blue color here, this is research. I'm trying to show you what's the how we can formulate really research questions. So if you have any idea, just try now, formulate your research question and see, is it really well formulated? Does it contain the elements of PCOS, the population, the intervention, the outcomes? Otherwise, if you don't have really good or well formulated research question, your systematic review will not be done in proper way. So this is really very important step, the first step. So here, what's the population?
I think it's patients undergoing surgery.
Yes, correct.
And the INC is antiseptic causes and non-antiseptic causes, and the outcome is preventing nosocomial infections.
Great, yes, correct, thank you. Yeah, you are right. So again, this is another example of well-formulated research question. What I'm trying to say, put the PCOS element and then design your research question in your area based on this. But perhaps during Q&A, if you have any research question, you can share it with us, and I can tell you, and we can discuss if it's really good research question or not. This is based on social science, so I'll not go through really in details, but you see it has some medical concept as well, although it's more related. So it follows the other model, the other frame, which is PICO. So what are the, so here, what's the population? So it's the care. Yes.
The population is HIV patients, and phenomenon of interest is caregiver experiences.
Correct. Yes. Phenomena of interest is the experience, the caregiver, the experience itself. What about context?
Context, I think context is home-based care.
Okay. So population, are you sure now they will include studies person with HIV, or the population, they are caregivers who they provide home-based care for patients with HIV? So actually the patient here, the population is the caregivers. So the included studies, it's the studies conducted on the experience of the caregivers. The caregivers who provide, not any caregiver at the hospital, only those they provide home-based care for HIV patient. So this is the population. And the phenomena of interest, it's their experience now. So it's more to social science. And their scoring, actually, we can even quantify their experience. There is certain scoring system. What's the context? It's in Africa. So this study will be just only include only primary studies that conducted about the caregiver experience in Africa. So if there is any similar studies conducted in Europe or the US, they will not include it. Okay, what about here? It's another example. I think there's 2 examples here. So let's go for the second one, more easier. So what's the population here? It's people with spinal cord injury. So what's the phenomena of interest? It's evidence, it's self-care of the skin. Yeah. What about the context? Rehabilitation. So only those studies conducted under rehabilitation only will be included. Okay, so I think to me, PCOS model for us as biomedical scientists or medical doctors, if we want to conduct systematic review, it's easy to follow the PCOS model. So this is quiz for you. Can you, here I have put 4 different research questions. Can you tell me which one of those well-built research question and which one is not really well-formulated research question? May I hear from any other participant? Let's start by A. Do you think it's well-formulated research question? If yes, why? And if no, why? Any volunteer?
Dr. Hardian Basuki, he already unmute.
Okay, for the there is no population, and there is no only the intervention as inhibitor and comparator beta blocker.
Doctor, are you referring to A?
No, no.
Let's so which one do you think it's the let's say better as compared to others, A, B, C, or D?
I think C.
D. Okay, let's start by A. Why it's not well-formulated research question?
Because there is no population.
No population only?
I don't know. Effective maybe the outcome.
Yeah, but the word effective, yeah, it's do they refer to efficacy or potency? Because you know it's so to me the outcome is not really well defined here. Effective, it's a bit general word. So you are right. There is no population. There is intervention, which is ECA inhibitors, and there is comparator, which is beta blockers. But what is the population? What is the problem here? Is it hypertension or tachycardia or what exactly?
Maybe.
Yeah. So you see what I'm trying to say, this is not really well-defined or well-formulated research question. Don't formulate your research question. That's why really PCOS model, it will help you to formulate your research question. What about B?
In B, we can find the population, patient who has stroke, and the intervention is heparin, but there is no comparator and there is no outcome.
Yeah, I think here the most important, there is no outcome. So it's not clear. So you see, if they started with this research question, they will include whatever studies, not unrelevant studies, in order for you later on to come up with synonyms for your keywords, for your protocol, the eligibility criteria. You should have minimum the 3 elements: population, intervention, and outcomes. This is for intervention systematic review type. But if it's observational, then the exposure. Instead of intervention, the exposure or association. What about C?
In C, we can find the population patient with depression, and intervention is conjunct sport and comparator placebo, but there is no outcome.
Correct. What about D?
D, population is menopausal woman. Intervention is dietary estrogen, and the outcome is reducing hot flush.
Yeah. So at least I agree with you absolutely. D, it's better as compared to other research question, although there is no comparator here, but at least there is a population with the problem, there is intervention, and there is outcomes. There is no comparator. You can, as I told you, at least those 3 elements. You can add the 4th element, which is comparator. It's better to add it to your research question, but it's not a must or compulsory. Also, the 4th element, which is the study design, it's most of the time it's not important because sometimes you include not just only RCT with other types or quasi or cohort study with cross-sectional. Okay. So hopefully after this, you understand the importance of formulating the research question. There is different types of research question. Is it therapy, research question, so the intervention is therapeutic, prevention, prognosis, diagnostic, observational, And there is a different question. Of course, it will lead. Sometimes when you search, if there is any previous systematic review, you will find similar, but their scope, their research question, it's the same topic. They are trying to search for the efficacy of the drug, while for you, you have the similar topic, but you are trying to see the one of the adverse effect of the drug, or the prognosis, or whatever. So it will lead to different evidence and different conclusion. Okay, let's now the second step. So now we have finished the formulating the research question. Let me just check. Yeah. I think I'll stop here. I'll have question. Sorry, Dr. Norina. I don't, Dr. Norina.
Yes.
I don't really follow the schedule, the timetable, but I think we will finish on time. I'll manage to complete the all on time, but I prefer here to stop to get any question related to the introduction, registration at Prospero, and formulating the research question before I go to the next step, which is search strategy, how to develop search strategy, the protocol, how to develop the eligibility criteria, and how to search, and how to find the match and the synonyms. So do you have any questions?
Some questions here at the chat box. I think from Dr. Hadian, it will be addressed later. From Dr. Nurma Yuliansari, she asked, should we look for articles that are identical to our topic in all databases? For example, Prospero, PubMed, Cochrane, or just a few of them? For example, only look for through the PubMed.
I didn't really understand the question. This is during when we search if there is any previous systematic review registered to ensure there is no previous systematic, or this is for searching the literature, which is the third step later on. I'll explain it. So the question referring to what?
Both, Prof. I think it can be both. We should look for the published one through some database, for example, like PubMed, or the registered one that probably have not been published in Prospero. I mean, she asked, should we look for our topic? Has it been published or registered to all databases, for example, Prospero, all you have mentioned, or can we just try to search in a few database, for example, only in PubMed and Prospero, or should we thoroughly search through all databases?
Sure. So I think minimum 3 databases, Prospero, PubMed, and Cochrane. At least you should search those 3 databases. Let's say you find systematic review already published on your topic, but this systematic review published in 2015, and you think that there is new articles or there is updated articles published after 2015 up to 2021, and it's enough articles, let's say 20 articles really relevant with good quality. In this case, yes, although there is published systematic review on this topic, you can write another systematic review, but one of your inclusion criteria, you will just include studies published after 2015, and you should cite previous systematic review by saying previous studies already discussed in earlier systematic review, and cite the article. But this is acceptable in case there is really new articles which will change the conclusion, because some journals, especially if you are targeting high impact journal, if even the updated studies have the same conclusion, then what's the new finding that you will add? But let's say, especially for ivermectin now with COVID, there is few systematic review, they concluded it has moderate efficacy. But there is another 2, I think I have included 3 systematic review and meta-analysis. They concluded it has, there is no efficacy for ivermectin for COVID-19. After they excluded few preprint included studies because there is kind of misconduct. Have you heard about this misconduct? I think one researcher from Egypt conducted a big study. Actually, his sample size a bit distant. Their sample size is a bit huge. That's why it really affect the final effect size of the meta-analysis. And one scientist or certain team in UK, they realized there is kind of misconduct in analyzing the data, and that there is kind of plagiarism. So now all those published systematic review on and meta-analysis on ivermectin, they have to repeat their meta-analysis by excluding this article. So what I'm trying to say, if there is enough articles, still it's not kind of redundant because you are reporting or you are doing systematic review on updated one. For registration systematic review at Prospero, as I told you, it's not a must for all journals, but it will add credit. And it's not that difficult actually to register your Prospero, your protocol at Prospero, but you should be at the stage before data extraction and before risk of bias. If you already extracted your data, you have done risk of bias, you cannot, Prospero does not accept registration of your protocol. You should just completed or started designing your protocol. You should have your protocol and just started screening the studies. So it's not a must, but it will add credit because the reviewer and editor of some journals, they think that the protocol it's already go through peer review process. And then if they want to compare between your protocol and the final systematic review, they will look at the Prospero to compare.
Okay, another question from Dr. Khairul Purba. Is it compulsory to report in Prospero when our manuscript is already completely published, as you already, you and your team done on your systematic review?
Yeah. So for the final manuscript, usually we cite the registration number from Prospero. So the editor or the reviewer, they can go and check the protocol as well. And by the way, we started, I'll show you after a while, we started even to publish the protocol as a manuscript. So we register the protocol at Prospero, and then there are certain journals, they accept to publish protocol. I'm sure all of you, you know that the protocol of RCT can be published. So it's the same principle, the same idea. The protocol of the systematic review can be published as a manuscript, but you should rephrase the protocol comparing between Prospero and the journal.
Okay, so after it's been published in a certain journal, should we report the published one to the Prospero?
Yeah, so when I go through the registration process, there is, I think, one question, number 37 or 38. It will ask you if you are going to disseminate this systematic review, and then if it's yes, if it's published, they will ask you to provide the citation and the link, and just tick it's published. That's why it will appear as completed and published. Otherwise, it will appear the status as completed but not published. So it's better after you publish to update the registration.
Okay, great. Another question from Dr. Yuli. What is the advantage by registering our protocol to database of systematic review such as Cochrane or Prospero? Can we publish systematic review without registering it? But I think you already answered it.
But I want to add one important point. It's just to book the titles, to tell the researcher, I already started doing systematic review on this topic. Don't replicate my work. So can you imagine, as I told you, doing systematic review, it takes 1 year, at least 6 months to 1 year. So if you don't register, the other researcher from other countries, they will just search and they don't find the protocol, and perhaps they have good resources, more team to conduct. They will complete the same topic with less duration and they publish. So when you try to publish, the editor, they will tell you already this topic has been published.
Okay, great. So it is needed, yeah, to register to Prospero, to prevent other group to publish the same topic as we are. Another question from Suresh. It is from your postgraduate student, Prof. Is the keyword search strategy would the work with the USA? I think it.
I will explain that in the next section. Yeah.
I think we have already read all questions. So is it okay for you to continue to the next
sure.
question?
Let's move now to the next step, which is how to develop search strategy. In summary, the protocol of your systematic review. So the most important to create comprehensive keywords or synonyms or through either MASH, or you are expert in your area. So you should read enough articles to know what are the synonyms. But luckily we have the MASH function in PubMed. I think it's in Prospero as well, in Cochrane and other databases. So I'll show you in PubMed as hands-on. You can replicate what I'm doing, or you can observe whatever, or later on you can watch the recording video if you missed any steps, okay? Because I'll go a bit, because of time concern, I'll go a bit fast. As I told you, this workshop, usually I conduct this workshop for 2 days. So usually after each step, I give half an hour or 1 hour for hands-on. But for you, by the way, you can search, just get the link of PubMed. You can search using your own keywords. Don't follow me. So this is the web PubMed. I'm not sure if all of you have noticed the MASH function at the PubMed. It's here, I think. Yeah. All of you have noticed, or have you used before the MASH? Each time the window or the format of the window of PubMed, it changes. Sometimes it comes here or at the bottom, but it's really very important. Sometimes you can get it here when you search about the database. I'll show you later on. So this is really good function to get the synonyms or alternative keywords for your keywords for the intervention and the population or the outcome. So usually when we search, so now we have designed our research question. You should prepare your research question. Usually I ask my students to prepare the research question as a table format. Under population, what are the keywords? So they have to formulate the research question as I show you first as question, and then they have to prepare table. In this table, they should have column for population. So under population, they should list all the synonyms and the MASH for population, and then intervention same, outcome same. Usually I don't include the comparator and the study design. Let's use the same term that we started, COVID-19. Let's say, what's the medical subject heading for COVID-19? So it's COVID-19, but this is for vaccine, the MASH, and this is for the testing. So for us, we are interested on the disease. So what are the synonyms? It's similar to Cochrane. You can compare. So this is all the synonyms, including coronavirus, COVID-19, 2019, and cough disease. So you should list all those SARS-CoV-2. You should list all those synonyms with under population. So there is Boolean or operator between the synonyms. So if it's under the same element of PCOS, it should be linked with and or. Let's go a bit confusing. Yeah. So usually we link the synonyms with different Boolean or operator. Either it should be, by the way, it should be capitalized in PubMed and other Web Science and Scopus. We have operator and or not. This is the most commonly used Boolean. So if the synonyms or the keywords or yes, the keywords under the same element, we should link it with and, not or. Which one? Let's say COVID-19, coronavirus, cough. Or, yeah. So if it's synonym for the same element, we should use or. But when we link later on the first element, which is disease, let's say COVID-19, with intervention, ivermectin. So we have synonyms for ivermectin should be linked with or. Then when we link both two different elements, we should link it with and. Okay. Here we have also different way to do systematic review, either using advanced search or search builder. I'm not quite sure if all of you have used search builder. Search builder, it's simply now I have the MASH for COVID, so I just add it to search builder. So all those names, instead of listing or instead of listing COVID-19 or coronavirus or whatever, I just add it as MASH. Let's search for another MASH for ivermectin. Okay. So it's medical subject heading, it's ivermectin. Okay. But what's the synonym? What's the alternative keywords? Do you know? Some of us, even if we are expert in the area, but we don't know really all of those synonyms. Evomax, so some of them, they are commercial names, some scientific names, some abbreviation. So you see, you should, if you want to include it by or, you should include all those synonyms. But if you are using PubMed, just add it to the folder, to the search builder using what boolean I should use now, and or not. Which one? And. So I just add it to the bold. So you see, I included all the synonym or alternative keywords for COVID and ivermectin. And then I just search PubMed. So this is one way of doing search using the search builder. So this is my search builder. You can find some of the systematic review, they use this way. So it's difficult to have all those keywords unless you use the, what they call it, the search builder. How many studies, how many hits I got? 111 studies. And again, don't forget, you should log in. So to save your, oops. I'll open later on. Okay. There is filters. If you want to filter it based on, let's say, you just want to include, you want to exclude review article. You can do that. You want, let's say, there is systematic review just published a few years back. You want just to include the articles published in the last 5 years. So don't forget to use this limitation and those filters. If you log in, then you can create alerts. So why I ask you to create account for all databases, including Cochrane, PubMed, Web Science, in order to create alerts. So in the future, if there is any articles, you don't need to repeat the search. The platform itself, the PubMed will email, you will send you an email as alert that there's 2 articles related to your topic. Okay. I don't know what's the problem, why there is error. Let's go back. Before I go back, oops. Of course, now this 111, you can send it to your reference manager. You can save it at your collection. I'll show you my collection at PubMed and my clipboard. You can send it to your bibliography. By the way, are you using at Airlangga, are you using EndNote or Mendeley as reference manager?
Some use Mendeley, some use EndNote.
Okay. So let's say now I'm selecting, are you selecting all result or just selected or just result on this page? So this page include 10, I think, not all of the 112. Maximum you can select 200, I think. If you select all result, it will be done as 2 or 3 steps. The first save will be only the first 2 articles, and then you can select from 202 until 400. And then there's so on and so forth. Let's say just only result on this one, and then just create file. So now I'm using, since I'm using EndNote, it's here. I just click and then it will go under EndNote. Later on, I will explain the importance of the EndNote. But let me now check what's the problem I want to show you. Okay. Yeah, I can. So I have account here and I saved my password, so it appears as, so you have to create account because it's really easy. First, I can show you now, this is my saved search and this is my collection. So saved search, because I created alert, I can see now how many articles. So this is different systematic review or different protocol with different synonyms. So I can see how many, what's new, how many articles. Some of them already, this one or this one already we have published actually, some of them. So I don't care now. And actually, if I create alert, I received email based on my preference, is it weekly or monthly, about all the articles. So I screen the articles, so it should be done by 2. So remember, usually my students and myself, or my collaborator and myself, or 2 of my students, they are doing it at the same time. So they will receive both and they will screen at the same time. Okay. And then also I save it here. Also, if you have account, then you should have here the history of your search. So do you remember? I'll show you now the other way of searching instead of search builder, which is the advanced search. Usually I use this way, which is the advanced search. Let me, my NCBI, go to NCBI. So instead of all databases, usually PubMed. So the first, let's try the same search using, I have done it using search builder. Now I'll do it using advanced search and compare. Let's search for COVID. Before that, I think I'll give you some tips and tricks here. So there is different strategies to use here, what they call it, to use the PubMed. So if I search COVID in all text, so can you see how many number of hits? So if I want just to search in title, so I can add, you should use this types of symbol, this brackets, and just type TI. So in this case, can you see the articles now? Some of them has the COVID in their title, some of them not. If we go, because the first few articles, it will appear with the word in the title, but it's 170. If I search in the title, only I'll get less number of hits. So it's just 118, but it's a must in the title, the word COVID-19. Sometimes I want title, in title and abstract. This is actually another workshop for literature search. So I'll just give the basic thing. So if you want to include studies, that it has in its title or abstract that title and abstract. Let's say I'm searching for COVID prevention. So instead of writing prevention, there is one question about spelling, UK and US spelling, and also the sometimes for prevention we have preventive, prevent as verb, as adjective, as noun. So you can use this strategy using this little asterisk. Where is it here in my keyboard? Yeah. So when you use the asterisk here, just write the first few words. So here I will include all. Let's search in the title just to make it simple for you to see that I include in the title only the articles that it has COVID, let's say COVID-19 in their title, and prevent or preventive or prevention. How many articles now? So, sorry, it shouldn't be or, because this is different element. This is the outcome, so it should be and. Remember, the Boolean, it should be in capital letter. You cannot write it in small letter. You see the difference between the and or, number of hits here only 2,000. While when I use or, because it will include all studies, either it has in its title prevention, it has nothing to do with COVID or COVID. So now if you look at the title, this is prevent with COVID-19. This is prevention, preventive. So using the little asterisk here, it's really good strategy. What else here I included? Yeah, I covered that. Boolean. Yeah, sometimes if your keywords, it consists from 2 words or 3 words, you should put it in this quotation mark. So quotation mark, it will include only studies that it has, let's try it here. So this is the quotation mark. So it will include only studies. It has the 2 keywords. We use it, the quotation mark, in case if our keyword, it consists of 2 words. So you see, if it's diabetes mellitus, it's there in the title because I search in the title. What else? Anyway, there is different. I have mentioned you have to use the limitation filters. You can, let's say your study about the efficacy of ivermectin in adult or in male only. So instead of adding that into your search, you can just use the filters. There is additional filters here based on age, based on gender, based on, so you can use whatever filter to refine your search. Okay. Then this is my advice. You have to save your search. Why you have to save? Because you have to create alert. So now let's say this is my final search. How many studies? 202. So send to collection. So now if I send it to collection, it will appear. I don't know why today the website. It will appear under my collection. I log in and then it brings me out. Yeah. Can you see my history here? So this is my search for COVID-19 and my search for ivermectin. But because I have done some part while let's try again. I want to show you. I forgot to mention how I can build my search, because this is the other way how to do it. So this is the first search, COVID, and then I do it simple, so there is no alternative keywords, but you have to add alternative keywords. So the first search, now I should go to advanced. So this is the search build, the other search builder or other way of doing search in PubMed. So here, my first search under COVID-19, how many hits I got? 100,000, 65,000. For ivermectin, about 9,000. So now, in order to combine those, I should click here, right click, sorry, add to query. So I want to combine. So this is the first search, and then combine it with ivermectin with what pollen and then this is my query box. So this is another way. For me, I prefer actually this way. Especially sometimes the MASH, it does not include all the synonyms. Sometimes I got certain keywords from the, because I'm expert in the area, I know certain other alternative keywords, or sometimes from Cochrane. So I cannot add those keywords in the search builder, but here I can add it by using Boolean OR. So now if I search, you will get 266. So this is, if I go now to my advanced, I have new. So this is my final search. Instead of 9,001, I have only 266. So now this one, I can save it to my collection. I can save it for future. I can save it my EndNote. I can send it to my EndNote. So let's save it to my collection. So you can create alert as well. So create new collection, yes. You can name it. So or result or just only this page, because I don't want to spend a lot of time. So it's COVID-19 or whatever, and then you add it. It's already, if I check now my NCBI, since you have account, if you go to your dashboard, you can see the new collection added, COVID-19. How many items, how many new items it will appear. I can even create alert. Let's go back. Either from here or I can just open each time. So since it's saved, each time I can just click. No need to repeat my query. Sometimes the query, it's very long. Now it's simple. You can create alert here. Where is the alert? This is also later on. Sometimes we want also to save it as different format in order to save this file under certain tools. We will use them later on. But let's go to. So this is sorted by publication date. Let's go to this collection, the 266. So you can create alert here. So the name of alert is COVID-19. And would you like email to update you? You can select the email monthly or weekly. So let's say I want to receive weekly update about any articles based on this search query. So there is a search query here. It will be very long. Here it's just simple for you to understand the concept. And then just save it. So how many items? So each week you will receive an email, updated email about this. Okay, so it's the same. Now I have explained that for PubMed. I'll show you just few screenshots for Web Science Scopus. I'll not repeat that. It has the same concept, but using different strategy, but it's the same concept. The last update is important because you have to update your systematic review at least within 1 month before submission of your article. That's why creating alert, it's critical. Otherwise, you need to search again before you submit. Okay, so this is the way, as I told you, how I prepare my keywords based on PCOS. So this is systematic review about selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, SSRI. So this is the intervention. So what are the keywords? I ask my students to list all the keywords with Boolean OR. And this is the problem, which is autism. So what's the keywords? From where I get these keywords? Again, either from MASH function in Cochrane PubMed, or from my reading, or I ask expert, whatever. And then what's the population? Just only I want to study the effect of SSRI against autism in children. So infant, why I add the asterisk here to include child, children's, infant, children, so all those keywords. So now when I search in PubMed, as I told you, there is two strategy to wrap up how we search, either using the search builder for the MASH of SSRI, autism children, or I just add all those keywords in advanced search, and I do one search, a separate search with all keywords. And then I do another search for another element of PCOS. And then I do third search for the third element. And then in the search query, I join or I combine those three search using Boolean AND. So I'll get the final one. I think it's easy. It's tedious when you prepare the protocol, when you try to get all the synonyms. Once you get the query, then it's easy. You just copy and paste this query in PubMed and other databases. So it's critical to identify the relevant keywords. You have to seek expert if you are not familiar with what's the synonyms. Don't forget the spelling. So we know that the UK and the US, they have different spelling mistake. Different spelling for different words. Color. So in this case, you have to add the two spelling as synonyms with OR. So you should link them with Boolean OR. Syntax as well. So you should search, of course, multiple databases. There is good guideline. Let's start now with the guideline that I attached. I told you almost 30 guidelines. The first guideline, if you check the guidelines, called BRESS. Perhaps you can go through. I'll not go through the whole guideline. What's important for me now, table 9, page 41. So this is a screenshot of this guideline. It will help you to as a checklist to ensure that your syntax or the query, it covers the most important parts. So there's different question related to research question. Does your research strategy match with PCOS? So if it doesn't match with the element of PCOS, it's not really well formulated question. Are the search concept clear? Are there is too many or few PCOS elements? Some they use just only one, some they use 4. So it depends on how many number of hits. Some question related to Boolean, are your Boolean or operator used correctly? Some related to syntax and the spelling here. So just go through those checklists, some of them relevant or applicable to you, some not. Are there any spelling mistakes? There is alternative keywords as symbol or whatever, okay? Have you used the filters and the limitation to make your search more focused? So the idea behind creating this synonyms and using the filters to make your search very focused. So it depends. Why I told you first you have to do pilot searching, because sometimes when you apply your search query, you will get under PubMed 3000. When you screen based on title and abstract, if you remember, you can screen actually here. Let's go back to the, let's go back to advanced. I'm not quite sure if I'm going a bit fast. Please feel free to stop me or ask me to repeat something if it's too fast for you. Okay, so I can present, I can see the abstract. Display option with summary. So with the abstract. Actually, PubMed, it has really many good functions. So now you can read the title and the abstract. I selected abstract. Not best. Most recent, let's say most recent. So you can read the title and abstract and see if it's relevant or not relevant. Let's say after you search, during the pilot search, you find most of the articles or hits you got, it's not relevant, which means your synonyms, it's not really good. Your protocol, your alternative keywords, it's not really good. So you have to go back to your protocol and then make it more focused. Let's say the other scenario, there is another scenario. After you create your synonyms and your search query, we call it search query or syntax. Let's say when you apply it, you just got 4 studies. It means your query, it's not very comprehensive. It's very focused. So in this case, you have to add more synonyms by using or make your search wider. So again, it's continuous process. What I'm trying to say is continuous process. It's not just applying, you have the keywords and that's it. No, sometimes we spend 2 months for the protocol, for the one part of the protocol, which is the keywords, because the protocol, it includes other aspects. What are the databases, what duration, language, other inclusion and exclusion criteria. So it's okay to spend enough time for the keywords. And you should apply the same query or the same search term in other databases. Sometimes when you apply it at PubMed, when you use the same keywords, it's not applicable to other. Why I'm not using the search builder, the one I show you under MASH, because it's difficult to replicate that term for web science. There is no MASH. That's why I prepare the advanced search, because here I can add all keywords using OR by myself. And why I do it as separate search, because I'm afraid if there is mistake in the adding this brackets. So I'd prefer to search with one element of PCOS using OR, and then I combine later on using the query under save. I combine here using this combine function. Web Science and Scopus has the same criteria. Okay. Sorry, I'm referring or explaining different things at the same time. Okay. So now registration of protocol before we go for Q&A. What's the time now? Yeah. Okay. So I explained about how to search for Prospero, but now I'll explain how you register your protocol at Prospero. As I told you, it will add credit. It will block this title for you, so no researcher will do it. But some I have seen different systematic review published without registration. And there is other platform, as I told you, Implasi and other platform to register other than Prospero. But for medical, biomedical science, this is the best platform. Okay, those are the other, before I go Prospero, I'll not go through other databases because mostly they are for social science. So Guanabricks, if your article systematic review for social science, then it's better to register under Guanabricks or Campbell. By the way, Campbell collaboration, it does not need to be a member to register your protocol. It's just only in order to publish your systematic review for social science under Campbell, you should register your protocol or title and abstract there. Okay. Again, also for our group practice, we register at Prospero, and recently we started to publish the protocol. So out of the systematic review, we published 2 articles. One is the protocol itself, and one is the systematic review. What are the journals? Here, list of 3 journals that can accept protocol, because not all journals, they accept protocol. BMJ Open Journal, it's really well-known peer review journal. I think it's Q2, impact factor, I think 2.8. It's ISI and indexed under Web Science. Another journal called Systematic Review, it's under Scopus. And third journal, it's PMC Research Notes, it's under Scopus. So those are the examples. So if you can see, I think the first article here, this is from our group. We published the protocol. So this is not the systematic review, it's the protocol. We published in Q2 journal. And this is this article after we register at Prospero. So actually for this student, she's postgrad student, after she drafted the protocol for Prospero, I had glanced at the protocol. So I told her, you have drafted the protocol in such a way it's more to manuscript, to article format, rather than to Prospero, because Prospero, it has, you have to answer 40 questions. So I told her, we can publish this protocol, but you need to rephrase it again for Prospero. So at that time, she was willing to do that. So she rephrased it and we registered at Prospero, and then we managed to publish in this journal, PMG Open. This is other journal, as I told you, BMC Research Notes. It's under Scopus, and they are going to register under Web Science. And this is systematic review. They accept protocols. So all those you can see, they are protocols. Let's go back now to Prospero. So this is for protocol registration and publication. So this is the activity. We will go through the first, of course, while I'm explaining about the Prospero registration, there is guideline. I put it one of the guidelines. If you look at the guidelines, let's go to the guidelines. Sorry, I'm jumping from one topic to another at the same time. Sorry for that. So I have mentioned about risk, the risk guideline. I'll explain that in a minute. So this is the Prospero questions. If you are interested, before you go to the website, those are the questions that you have to answer if you want to register your protocol. As I told you, it's about, let's say, how many questions? 40, and it's designed based on PCOS. We'll do that now. But now, if you want to formulate your research question and show us during, now it's Q&A. I will do just hands-on Prospero registration and Q&A. If you want to formulate your research question and share it with us, we can discuss that. If you want to search for MASH, you can do it. And then also develop inclusion, exclusion, we'll do it after the Q&A. But before we go for Q&A, let's go for Prospero. I'll show you how to register. In order to register, you should create an account, okay? So now I'm logged in, I have account. If I'm logged out, I should create, otherwise you cannot register. If you want to follow me, if you want to, whatever works for you. So just go here, register your review now. Okay, so it will tell you that before you register, you should have ready protocol. You should have your inclusion exclusion criteria. You should check there is no previous systematic review protocol registered under Prospero or elsewhere. So otherwise it's kind of duplicating. And then do you remember I told you, you can register your systematic review, either human studies, either intervention or observational or diagnostic or prognostic systematic review, you should select this. But if your included study, I'm referring now in your included study. If it's animal study or you should select this. So let's try human studies. So before we go to the 40 question, there is few questions just to ensure that you are ready for doing systematic review. So is it in English? Yes. Is this a scoping review or literature? If you select yes, it won't accept. So it should be no, because it's systematic. So Prospero, you cannot register narrative or scoping review. Does this review at least have one outcome? So if you don't have outcomes related to health, so if it's not related to biomedical science, they don't accept. So yes. Is this a Cochrane? Because some, they register their protocol under Cochrane and then under Prospero. You cannot register your protocol if you are not a member, or if you don't does not contact members under Cochrane. So let's say I show you the group in your countries, then you can contact that group and you can be a member by doing certain tasks. Just contact them and saying, I am supporter now, I want to be a member and I am interested in, let's say, HIV. So can I join HIV group? Do certain tasks, you'll be a member, so you can register your protocol as well in Cochrane. Okay, let's say no. Review done for training. Yes, so this is training, so I'll just select yes, because I don't want, I have certain registered protocol. Even I have few protocol, just we have registered the protocol, but it's still under review. So when I search by my name, it won't appear. Only those they registered with the registration number, it appear. So I don't register no, because this is just for training course. I'll just select yes. So they consider those questions even for training. Have you searched for similarity? Yes. Let's say we search and there is no identical. I have checked Prospero and this review is not similar. But if it's similar, you have to give justification. As I told you, let's say the previous systematic review published 10 years back, and there is 100 articles published with conflicting result. Okay, have you written a protocol? Yes, so you should write, you cannot register without research question and protocol. And the protocol, again, what's the content of protocol? What are the databases? What are the keywords? What are the inclusion and exclusion criteria? Again, it should be more than, remember each step, you should have teams, at least 2. If you select no, then it won't allow you to register. Yes? Do you intend to publish? Yes. Stage of review. Here it's very important, because Prospero, as I will repeat, if already you have extracted your data and you have done the risk of bias assessment, it won't allow you. So you should be at the preliminary stage, which means preliminary stage just started, but not completed. Pilot study, let's say started. If you select here, especially formal screening, let's say starting. Data extraction, if you select completed, again, it won't allow you to register because this is advanced stage. So let's say not started. I haven't started. I'm just screening now. I have protocol. I just started screening. Risk of bias, not started. Data analysis, not started. So now those general questions, it's not related. Now register your review. Now you will get the 40 questions that I told you. But I registered this one as for training. So a few questions, it's a bit different comparing between animal and human study. So it's based on what types of included studies you will include in your okay. Bit slow. It does not. So anyway, yes. So now there is about 40 questions you should answer. Why I'm trying to show you, because some of you, they think it's a bit difficult to register. No, it's easy procedure as long as you have the protocol. Actually, the difficult part to prepare the protocol. among your team. So it's just simple question like, what's the title of your review article, systematic review? And by the way, it shouldn't be the same title as the final systematic review, but it should be the same topic. You can later on change the title when you publish. What's the original language? When you started, so let's say I have started July 2020, anticipated completion date, maybe 2022 July. Stages already we have answered so this question. So you have to read those information because they will provide you, so be careful. So who wants to contact? So because you are registered this under your name, you can add it here. So it appears because I'm under my account, my email, my affiliation, my whatever. And then here you can add team. So you can add team member, all your team. And some of those questions, even after registration, you can still edit those parts, including here the team. Let's say after you are in the middle of doing systematic review and there is a member, you can also add the name. But some of the questions you cannot edit. Fund, if you have fund, contact number, conflict. So those are general from here. So it starts with the research question. So you should add your research question here. And then you should add your search strategy here, state search, that will be search. So what are the database? So here you have to include what databases, what are the inclusion exclusion related to language and publication date. And also you have to mention that for searching two researcher will do it. Remember this protocol will go for peer review. It will take sometimes 1 month or 2 weeks. It's based on the reviewer to give you either correction to do it before they accept and before they give you the registration number. If your search strategy, you save it at Drive or whatever, just provide the, what they call it, the link. So now there is few questions about PCOS based on inclusion and exclusion criteria. So here under, let's start by P, participation. Participants or population. What are the inclusion criteria? What's your population? You should add it here. What's your intervention? And it should be really very focused. Your comparator, your comparator, is it placebo, non-treated, baseline, comparing between before treatment and after treatment. So we call it baseline. Your types of study. Your main outcome, the primary outcomes, and then what's how you will measure this outcome. I'll explain it during the meta-analysis. Additional outcome, we call it secondary outcome, how you will measure this outcome. So if you don't have the protocol, you cannot answer. Then how you are going to extract the data. I'll provide you with certain tools and certain tips how you can extract the data. You have to mention the strategy of extracting data, and it should be done by 2 members of the team. If you don't forget to add that, they will come back to you by saying you have to add that. Risk of bias. What's the tool that you will use it to do risk of bias assessment and quality assessment? And it should be done by 2. You cannot, so do you remember the Kahoot quiz? I told you what's the tool for risk of bias. Let's say your study is observational study. It's human, but you cannot say I will use Rob. Cochrane Rob, because Cochrane Rob tool, it's just only for RCT. If your included study are RCT, you should use another tool. So I will explain the tools that can be used for different types. Then how you are going to synthesize last step, how you are going to synthesize your data. Are you going to use qualitative or quantitative, meta-analysis or not? Then if you have meta-analysis, are you going to do subgroup analysis? I'll explain it during the meta-analysis. Types of review. Do you remember we have diagnostic, intervention, methodology, prognostic. So most of the, so those are the different types. Observational studies. What healthcare, what health area? Is it for cancer, alcohol, so COVID-19? If it's others, then just select others and add it, if it's not among those lists. Then language, country, reference. So after published, this question, are you going to publish? And this one, you can update it after you have to provide the citation and the link after you publish your article. So you see it's dissemination here, keywords. I think the other question is just straightforward. This is the detail. So the first question, are you going to disseminate, and what's the potential journal? But here you have to provide details of final report, publication, or preprint. Then you just submit. After you submit, it will take, as I told you, 2 weeks to 1 month. They will get back to you with certain corrections. You have to do it, and after that, they will provide you with the registration number. It will appear under your name. So if anyone search for that topic, they will not be able to register their protocol, because one of the peer review process under Prospero, they will check if there is any previous protocol register with the same topic. They will tell you. Okay, so this before I go to the eligibility criteria, let's hear from you if you have any question, if you want to formulate your research question, whatever. Dr. Norina?
I think we only have one question here, Prof. It's back to PICO. One of participants, Dr. Yasmin Lashari, she asked, she has a research question, a formulated research question. She asked whether it is already correct.
I can see the research question.
Yeah.
So let's
What do you
say,
think?
so let's say, Dr. Yasmin, are you there?
Dr. Yasmin, can you unmute?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, so your population here is, let's apply PCOS model here.
So my population is hospital patients, all hospital patients.
So hospital patient with certain infection?
Infection with gram-negative.
Yeah, so it's not there because now, let me just read it, carbapenem resistance of Enterobacteriaceae and non-lactose fermenter increase the cost and burden on hospital. So it's not intervention here, it's exposure, I can say, this types of review, isn't it?
Okay.
So your outcome, it's increase the cost and burden on hospital. So it's 2 outcomes. By the way, is it quantitative or qualitative? So in terms of cost, are you going for the included study? When you also prepare your outcomes, you should ask yourself, is it quantitative or qualitative? Is there any mean or let's say odd ratio or association or percentage or any numerical data, or it's just qualitative? In this case, when you register your protocol under Prospero, you should mention for meta-analysis, we are not able to do meta-analysis because we are not able to, or maybe it's qualitative, it's not quantitative outcomes. So I think increase the cost, it's quantitative, but how you can score burden on hospital? Is there any scoring for the, let's say, occupancy or? So the outcome is there, it's really clear.
Yeah.
But you have to ask yourself how you are going to score or to evaluate those outcomes, because we prepare the quantitative outcome, or it should be measured. For the exposure, so now it's exposure to carbapenem resistance of this bacteria. So it's clear.
Yeah.
But your population, it's not clear in which hospital, because this research question to me, it's more to research article question rather than for systematic review. When you design your question, are you going to include all included studies published worldwide?
Yeah.
Any published articles about exposure to carbapenem resistance in other countries? So what I'm trying to say, your population here is not really clear. The rest outcome is really good. The exposure is good. It's not intervention, it's exposure. So you need to a bit
Sir, population in which sense? The population is the whole hospital population. The patients with the gram negative positive.
No, I'm not.
Infected with the.
Okay, I'm saying, are you going to include male or female, adult or children?
Yeah.
So perhaps you can mention carbapenem resistance of Enterobacteriaceae and non-lactose fermenter, patient, adult patient.
Yeah, adult patient. Yeah.
So be specific, just make it more focused related to the research question. In this case, let's say if any primary studies conducted on children, you will not include it. Or maybe if there is resistance for other, let's say, penicillin, you'll not include it because your concern is more to carbapenems, not cephalosporin, not penicillin.
No. Yeah. Just only carbapenem resistance.
And try to make it as question. So does carbapenem resistance compared to okay, does here there is no comparator because it's exposure, it's kind of association between the cost and this exposure. Does carbapenem resistance of Enterobacteriaceae and non-lactose fermenter in adult patients increase the cost and burden on hospital? Yes, I think should be okay. It's a good question, but make it as question. Remember, for research question, you should formulate as research question and then prepare it as table format based on PCOS in order for you to find the alternative keywords for carbapenem resistance, all the keywords, and then all the keywords for the cost, hospital cost, and what do you mean by burden on hospital, how you can measure that.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Okay. Any other question or anyone try to?
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
I think we have no question, Prof.
Yeah, sure.
You may continue the next session.
So you want me to carry on with the third step? Can I proceed with third step or there's questions?
I think we have no question right now.
Okay, great. So
you need to take a break only for a while because it takes hours for you.
I don't mind also to have a break. Okay, so just to save time, I want to do something, certain activity. Let me just skip. I want to show you something because I thought I will show you this video at the end, but better to show you now. And after that, we'll have, it's 1 minute video, and then we will have 4 minutes, so totally 5 minutes break. So it's 1 minute video. It's the take home message from the whole workshop. And actually I post this video for usually for my workshop for reason. So can you just watch this video? I will play the video. It's from YouTube. Can you watch? It's 1 minute and tell me your thoughts, your opinion, your feedback. Okay,
sure.
So this video, its experiment has been conducted in, oops, let me just, it's an experiment conducted in a Scandinavian country. So they asked different people, adult, children, scientists, non-scientists, to just get the nut. So this is speaker, can you see the speaker? It's fixed to this desk. It's well fixed actually. And there is nut here. So they asked all of them, can you get the nut from the speaker? So they have tried their best, and then they show them how monkey was able to get the nuts. So enjoy the video. It's just 1 minute. There is no sound, it's just music. So what do you think?
Any of you want to give any comments? We have some postgraduate students here. Prof.
Yeah, let's hear their thoughts. It's there is no correct or wrong answer. It's just only I want to know your thoughts about this video.
We are only focusing on what we see. We're
Yeah,
not focusing in.
Good point.
It's from Nurul.
Yeah, Nurul. Thank you.
I think you better on camera if whenever possible.
Okay, any other thoughts?
We can use the water in the bottle.
Yeah. So have you noticed at the back, there is kind of resources, which is in this case, it's water. But what do you think? Why those people, they didn't use the resources? Do you think they have the knowledge that when they put the water on the beaker, the nuts they can get the nuts? Do you think they have the knowledge?
Because they only focus for the nuts, not the other water, butter. They just focus for the nuts.
Yes, Shakina. Yeah, I agree. So do you think in this case the monkey, they are smarter? The monkey is smarter as compared to human being? So what the message, what I'm trying to say here, all of us, we have the knowledge. The knowledge is easy to get the knowledge. Today, you can get the knowledge how to conduct systematic review and meta-analysis. I'll give you tools, all the resources. So the resources here is the water, but in this workshop, the tools, the tips and tricks, all those things. You can even, after the workshop, you can search. I provide you with different resources, different books. You can go, the resources for Cochrane. But the difference between someone after 1 year, let's say, perhaps I can meet you after 1 year, we can see few of you will be able to publish 1 or 2 systematic review. The others, they just forgot. It's how to use this knowledge. I'm sure all those people, they know the knowledge that putting the water inside the beaker, they will be able to get the nut, same as the monkey, but they didn't use the knowledge. So in today's workshop, I'll provide you with the knowledge, with the resources, but it's based on you, the practice. So the message today is the practice. If you want to master anything, you have to practice. You have to involve in the process. You have to collaborate with others and start. If you are interested, my advice, perhaps today you can get, let's say 10%, 20%, I'm not quite sure. Perhaps the organizer, they will arrange kind of feedback survey or whatever about the benefit of this workshop. But you can improve your knowledge about conducting systematic review and meta-analysis, but the difference between one and another is how to use this knowledge to practice. Okay, so we'll have a bit break until Dr. Norina just for me to start again. Just relax for a while. And by the way, during the break, if you have any question, it's okay. You can ask your question or comments or whatever.
May I have a question for you, Professor?
Yeah, sure.
I'm Fiska from Anatomy. Sorry, I cannot on my vid because the internet is not enough.
It's okay, Fiska. I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So probably I just missed a bit about the when should we use the TI, TIAB, KW inside the square brackets, and when do we don't have to use that? Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. Good question. So if you want to make your research question a bit more focused, so let's say you are searching for the effect of ivermectin for COVID-19, and when you search in whole text, you will get, let's say, 5,000 articles. And when you screen the articles, you will notice that most of the articles are not relevant. So to make your research question or your search more focused, you will just only include studies that it has in their title and abstract these keywords. Does it make sense to you? Because if the topic is not relevant, of course, they will not include those. Maybe they include, when I search without adding TI or abstract or whatever in the search, maybe they just add COVID-19 or the whole article, it's about something else, let's say about measles. But during their discussion, they just add one word, COVID-19, they compare between those two viruses, let's say. And then they added ivermectin for some reason. So the whole article, it has nothing, it's not relevant. It has nothing to do with COVID-19. So to make my search to make my search more focused, I just search, especially if number of hits is really too much, thousands. And I cannot add other keywords to refine my search. In this case, better to search, my advice, better to search just only in title abstract, because if those two words, the important keywords, they are not in the title and abstract, it means this article, of course, it's not relevant. So in this case, you will notice the number of hits will be less, and instead of thousands will be few hundreds. So it's violent. So you have to try different strategy.
Yeah, sure. Can we put it in front of our searching terms, or must it be put after?
After.
I know you put it after. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor.
After. And this is for PubMed. For Web of Science, they don't use the same way. I will show you. They use different way. If you want to search only for title abstract, or you want to search for whole text. For me, when I search, it's based on number of hits. If I want to narrow down my search or expand my search. If I end up with just 6 articles, it's better to search for the whole text. If I end up with thousands, then better to search for title abstract.
Sure. Thank you.
Well, I think if you don't mind, can we proceed to the next session?
Sure. Okay, let me just share my. So let's move to the eligibility criteria. It's part of the protocol. So protocol formulate your research question, develop your strategy, including databases, and then the keywords. So after that, you have to add or define your eligibility criteria, which include inclusion and exclusion criteria, and it should be designed based on PCOS. Again, you should prepare. To me, I don't know why, I like table format. It makes it more easier for me to review my student work or whatever. So when they prepare based on PCOS, I ask them the eligibility now, the inclusion and exclusion. I ask them to prepare based on PCOS. So one column, population, intervention, outcomes, study design, whatever, and then they can add also another criteria or another row for additional inclusion and exclusion criteria. Of course, if you don't really define your criteria, it will affect or it will impact your conclusion, because you will not include all important studies, or maybe you'll include unnecessary studies. So this is the way. Population, what's the characteristic? Those few hints I'll give you how you can think about what are the inclusion criteria, because from one topic to another, it's different criteria. But again, the other way, just search in Prospero or Cochrane and check similar protocol to your topic, how they design their inclusion and exclusion criteria. It may help. So all characteristics, including age, gender, whatever, the intervention or exposure, the duration, the frequency, the dosage, the route of administration, if it's drug, if it's program, comparator, is it active or passive, is it baseline or whatever, outcomes. Again, for the outcomes, all the details of outcomes, I'll give you a few examples then. Study design, are you going just to include RCT? Of course, the highest level of evidence, if you have systematic review only for RCT. So in this case, you will not be able to include quasi studies or cross-sectional, only RCT studies. date range. So you will just include studies published between 2010 and up to date. You will not include any study. So this is additional. So I told you, you have to prepare a table based on PCOS, but you can add other inclusion and exclusion criteria as additional. Duration, language. Let's say I mentioned that there is bias if you just include articles published in English and you excluded, let's say, there is few articles published in Chinese or Russian or Spanish. So there is kind of bias, but reviewer and editor, they can accept that. Let's say if just only one article, you manage for this topic to get, let's say, 70 articles, and there is 2 articles in other language, Chinese and let's say Dutch, and you don't have the resources to translate. Of course, the ideal to translate those articles, but if you are not able, in this case, you can have justification 70 articles. So 2 articles, it won't affect the overall. So, but you have to add it as one of your exclusion criteria by saying, I just included articles published in English. There is other, okay, here. Okay, so something. I mentioned also translation is important, but sometimes because of the cost, because of the time concern, you are not able, but you have to remember it will introduce bias, especially if the number of studies published in other language, it's a lot. Let's say you got 30 studies, out of the 30, 15 published in other studies. How you can know? Based on the filters. Do you remember in the filters of PubMed, Scopus, Web of Science, you can filter, you can see based on the language, you will see how many articles published in different articles. So those are just few tips how you can think how you can develop or write your eligibility criteria. Like for population, the age, the grade level between age, which age range, gender, ethnicity, socioeconomy, disease stage. Do you remember the research question? One of the research question about breast cancer. So they will just include stage 1. So it's very focused population instead of just making it too general. But can you imagine if with this research question, when they search, they just got 3 articles. In this case, I would prefer to make it a bit to expand the search to make it just general for breast cancer women patient instead of stage 1. Minimum sample size. Some they just add will accept just only those they reach certain criteria. I have collaboration now with the other university for physical. So there is guideline for sample size. They don't accept actually in this guideline if the sample size less than 30. So in this case, one of our criteria is that if any study, even if it's relevant, they are really perfect, but their sample size less than 30 will exclude it because we will not be able to publish the systematic review because this is important guideline in the area. Okay, for intervention, as I told you, what's the form of the drug, dosage, route of administration, whatever, comparator, same, placebo or active comparator, baseline or whatever, forms of drug. The drug for comparator, sometimes we compare, not all the time the comparator is placebo or untreatment. Sometimes we compare between 2 drugs for the same disease. So the other drug also as comparator, you need to also provide inclusion and exclusion criteria for drug dosage, mode of administration, duration, whatever. For the outcomes, what's your primary outcomes like quality of life, translation, efficacy, safety, what's your secondary outcome? Let me just, study design, are you going to accept only RCT or observational study, duration of study? So this is example for well-designed based on PCOS, but actually they should add additional inclusion. So those are the element of PCOS for inclusion. So this is another table. The first table was for keywords of PCOS. Now it's eligibility, inclusion, and exclusion criteria. So study P, I, O, and study design. So what's the inclusion criteria? They just include RCT or control trial. They exclude any case control, systematic review, literature review, guideline, whatever. For population, only adult above 18 with, I think this is, what's the disease? Is it metabolic syndrome or
Multiple sclerosis.
Yeah, multiple sclerosis, I forgot, yes. Their exclusion criteria, it's less than 18 years. So any child will not be included. Any adult even with other disease, it shouldn't be included. Intervention, it's so this is, it's not pharmacotherapeutic. You see, sometimes your intervention is just only program or whatever. So here it's mindfulness based intervention. So what's the exclusion? Any pharmacotherapeutic drug treatment or other like massage or whatever. Their outcome, so different outcomes. And you can see it's measurable. Stress, anxiety, depression using this scale, HRQOL, pain, personal, pain. This is a depression scoring, and this is personal well-being, social participation. So there is different score. You can have several outcomes, by the way. So try to design your outcomes before you go for Prospero, because you need to have all those information to answer the questions. Okay, let's move to step number 4, which is now, let's say we have completed the first part, which is identify. Now we are going to select. Select, it has 4 different sub steps. The first step, now you have your protocol. You have
Prof. Mohammed, you are unmute. I'll try to.
Okay, so I repeat, the 4th step, it's how to search the literature. Let's imagine you have the protocol now, the keywords, everything, and you have the team. So 2 members of the team, they should search database. My advice, it's better to search, to start using PubMed and then apply the same strategy in other databases. Okay, so it should be multiple databases, minimum 3. Most of the journals, they ask, the good journals, peer-reviewed journals, they ask for 3 minimum. And it depends on what are the databases. It depends on the research question. Sometimes your research question is about behavior topic. So in this case, try to target databases related to behavior studies. So you have to run the same search on different databases. This also step, it's time consuming, especially if the number of hits, it's too many. If you are lucky and there is no too much studies, but again, if it's less than 10 studies, it's not, you cannot have really solid conclusion at the end. Okay. Okay. Sometimes you have to contact an expert to help you how you can design your search. So sometimes the experts, they are more familiar how to deal with those databases. Today, I just explained how to use PubMed. I'll show you other databases. So if you are not familiar with certain database, then you have to ask certain experts. Okay. One important point, most of the journals and the researcher, they will ask you, have you money to search for gray literature? May I ask you why? You have to ensure that you have, what does it mean, gray literature? First, gray literature, it's the studies that usually it end up with the unpublished. It's just only as published thesis, usually, especially if there is negative result. Some students, especially master students, if they have negative results, they will not be able to publish their finding. So it end up with just thesis or published in, it's not published in just their as blog or whatever. So sometimes reviewer, they ask, have you included gray literature in order to reduce the bias, publication bias? Can you imagine if you just include only those results, they get positive, sorry, those studies, they have positive results, and you do not include those with the negative results. Luckily, some journals, they started to accept even negative results, which is, for me, I support that actually. Both positive or negative, it's kind of result. And it's important information for the other researcher to tell them, don't try it again because it gives us negative result. So how to approach gray literature? You have to search for thesis using ProQuest platform. Do you have subscription to ProQuest at Airlangga?
I think yes, for ProQuest.
Yes. Okay, so ProQuest, it's a good platform for thesis. You have to access conference Google Scholar. I think this is the best database for the gray literature. Of course, you have to collect all of your studies because you have 4 different databases. I'll show you my one of my EndNote library, how you can, because it will help you to collect, to remove duplicate, and also to cite, to even scoring or screening the studies. Sometimes I use EndNote. I'll show you different tools, but EndNote, it's good. Those are example of some of databases and why we need different databases. This is a good example. It's a bit old illustration, but to show you some journals, they are indexed under Web Science. Some of journals, they index under only Scopus. Few journals, they index under both. So let's say if few articles for your topic, they just indexed under Web Science and not under Scopus. And your databases include PubMed and Scopus. So you will miss few articles published under Web Science. So in this case, that's why we asked to include at least 3 or 4. So MBiz, I think Scopus, it will cover MBiz. It's good. Web Science, PubMed, Cochrane, Science Direct, if something related to nursing, CNL, if it's social science, Campbell, PsycInfo, also other ProQuest for thesis. There is also other databases based on the topic. So if you are doing education, it's better to go for EBSCO. So I have listed here few, some of them not related to social science. Yeah, by the way, this website, I think perhaps you can, it's really good resources for systematic review under Cornell University. It's good for systematic review. I prefer, because there is few aspects I didn't cover in this workshop, just go to this website. It will give you different, tools and different resources for conducting systematic review. I'll just show you the window of this website and the current. So it's a guide to evidence synthesis, especially for systematic review. So what is evidence-based? It will give you how to develop your research question. So more details, how to select databases, how to select, let's say, if I want to select gray literature, what types of what types of databases I should include. Thesis, ProQuest, conference proceeding, WHO reports, databases. Mednar, it's similar to Google Scholar, but it's less popular. I'm not quite sure if you have used Mednar. For me, I have used it before. So, I mean, during today's workshop, really, it's difficult to cover everything or every tool for each step. How to do risk of bias, what are the screening, how to do screening, risk of bias assessment, what are the tools based on the study. It starts with Rob and it suggests other tools. So perhaps you can just have a quick glance for this website, okay? Of course, there is, I don't know how to hide this. I move it in order to read the title, and sometimes I accidentally mute my mic. Okay, sorry for that. So other resources, including not just only the database, you can go also check certain journal. If there is in your area only one popular or very important journal, then also you can check this journal. Conference proceeding for gray literature, Mednar, as I told you, ProQuest for thesis, preprint. By the way, if you check now, the articles, I forgot actually during, I was planning to apply. Okay, I was planning during the break to apply to ask you to check the research question, but we don't have time. On this article on Eframattin, let's go. Yeah. There is few articles here about ivermectin. Let's say this article. Perhaps later on, perhaps you can check and tell me what's the research question and if they follow PCOS. But for now, I want to show you what are the databases that they have used here. So one of their databases, and I will ask you, do you agree with that? They included, to cover the gray literature, preprint websites, including Medrexif. Are you familiar? Also, there is other preprint websites like Biorexif, like Research Square, like SSRN, and preprint website. So do you think it's good if you want, if I ask you now to review this article? Of course, they have included PubMed, MBiz, Scopus, Web Science, Cochrane. So those 5 or 6 databases, and then another 3 databases for preprint to cover the gray literature. Why they have included preprint for this study? I'll go for the title. And do you accept that, or do you disagree with that? Can I hear from one of you?
Okay, probably Jocelyn. Do you have any idea?
May I give my idea, Dr. Nurina?
Yeah.
Okay, yes,
Yes. I think in the preprints, it hasn't conducted the review.
Peer review, yeah.
Yeah, a peer review it hasn't conducted. However, because it's about ivermectin and in the COVID-19, so it might be quite new. So I guess put the preprints here is acceptable.
Yeah. Yes, I agree.
In my opinion, I'm not sure
Yeah.
in your opinion.
Absolutely, I agree with you. So let's say if this review about something not, let's say, currently an issue, I mean something, there is few articles in the past. If I am a reviewer, if the researcher they include preprint, I will reject the systematic review, because usually preprint, it doesn't go, still didn't or haven't go through the peer review process. So it contains really sometimes mistakes even in data analysis. But for this topic, since we want to conclude if ivermectin has efficacy or role to treat or to reduce the symptoms of COVID-19, and there is no enough studies, we can accept, but in the discussion, the researcher, they need to mention that those 3 articles from preprint still haven't go through the peer review, and so when they evaluate, there is grade. I'll mention that for the outcome later on during the assessment, they have to mention that clearly. It has low certainty for the outcome because they include few studies. So again, it depends on the topic. Here they have accepted, and again, it's as I told you, one of those studies. I am not quite sure is it in this systematic review, because there is 3 so far, 3 or 4 articles published about the role of ivermectin. This article they concluded it has no effect. The other systematic review and meta-analysis, they said it has mild to moderate effect. So the other systematic review, they concluded it has effect. They included one study, the one that they have done misconduct. So we have repeated actually the meta-analysis, and after we removed that study, we realized now the effect size is not significant, which means ivermectin it has no effect for COVID-19. Okay, let's go back to the. So preprint, those are examples: Medrexif, preprint, SSRN, Biorexif, Research Square, if you heard about it. You can include it in such situation like this, something new, there is not enough studies, but you have to really elaborate more in the discussion, and you have to assess the quality of those studies. And also don't forget sometimes to check the list of reference for included studies, because sometimes it will give you additional articles, relevant articles, based just only the list of reference. Okay. Oops. Yeah. I think I have covered the gray literature. I'll just escape this one. So what's the definition of gray literature based on Cochrane? It's the literature is not formally published in sources such as books or journal articles. This include government reports, conference proceeding, sometimes full article. It's not just only abstract, because it's negative result. They are not able to publish an article. Thesis, unpublished clinical trials. They register their clinical trial, and then because it gives negative result, they don't complete the clinical trials. But actually, it's important. So why we need search the gray literature? To include the negative finding. Otherwise, we'll introduce kind of bias.
Nice.
Okay, I have covered those are example of gray literature, Google Scholar, Midna, ProQuest, whatever, conference proceeding. Okay, so now let's translation. How to translate, sorry, it's not translation, the primary articles. How to translate this query, we call it search query or the protocol to other databases. Sometimes it's really difficult to translate the same, so you will use the query for PubMed and you have to amend a bit to other databases. Don't forget to use filters and limitations. So sometimes in other databases, there is no, you cannot add TI to have title, but in the filters, you can do that or limitations. Again, the same advice, create an account for each databases, save your search strategy. Some reviewer, after you publish, they will ask you, please provide us with the saved search, because you are claiming I have repeated your work and I have got for PubMed 70 articles, but you are claiming you got only 50 articles. So can I see your saved search? So just if you save your search in PubMed, I can save it as text. There is a way to save. You go to save and save as text and send it. But you have to mention actually in your methodology, this search strategy has been conducted on this date. So let's say you published after 1 or 2 months. Of course, if there is if the reviewer, they repeated your search and they found there is 1 or 2 articles published in August, and the last search you have done in June, they will accept that, or maybe they will ask you to add those 2 articles. Generally speaking, you have to do last update for the articles at least 1 month before submission. So can you imagine the whole steps, the whole procedure? You should repeat the whole steps, extracting the data, screening, risk of bias again. But if you have alert, then this will be easy for you. So this is PubMed. I think I show you the search builder, how to build your query, how you combine your search term 1, 2, then you will come up with final search. So how to do it at Web Science? So Web Science, you can see TS. TS, it stands for topic. If you want to search for topic, just start with TS without brackets. If you want to search for title, it should be without brackets, TI. Can you see my mouse? Let's have the pointer, the laser pointer. Is it clear? I know the font size is small. Can you see the T here, TI? It's capital letter for title. So you see the difference. It's the same strategy, TS, and then search for the first. I have applied here the search, the same search for 1 article. We'll do meta-analysis for it later on. The role of statin to reduce depression. You have to apply the same strategy. Search for the first element, and all the time use. For systematic review, you cannot use basic search. Basic search if you want to do classical search, but for systematic review, use advanced search to build your query. So advanced search, search for first element of PCOS, let's say now intervention, with all keywords. Now I just included 2, and then you have to include TS. Sometimes if you are not quite sure, you have to come here and see what how you can play around the those syntax. Okay, and then search. And then apply the same search for, so I search for statins. This is my first, this is still under Web Science. I got how many hits? 48,000. Then what's my disease here? Depression, depressive, whatever. I just use 2 keywords. Of course, I have to use more alternative. So I got 534,000. So now, again, it has the same concept in web science. You can combine, but you need first to have account. So now if you don't have account, you will not have this one. You click advanced search, you can get this one. So then you can combine with and. When you combine both those two, so you will get the final after you combine. So you see the difference? This is Scopus. So Scopus, instead of using TS for title abstract, you can use title abstract key. I think if you want to know all the syntax that you can use, just click search tips here. You can get, if you want, let's say, just search for the whole topic. Click here, and it gives you here some example, all. So if you want to search in all topic, instead of typing title, there is dash here, and it should be capital letter. So you can type all. All, it means it will search in all articles. Again, because sometimes we mistype those brackets, I prefer to search for one element of PCOS one by one, and then combine later on. Again, use advanced search. So you see, it's the same concept. This is for Scopus. So this is my first search for statin. I apply the same search. I got 46. So it's different hits, you can see. Here, instead of 500,000 in Web Science, in Scopus, I got 700,000. And I search all title abstract because too many. I didn't search for all. But you have to apply the same for Web Science, for PubMed. And then I combine. Sorry, the third search for me, trial. I didn't combine here. So trial, it's the study design. So here I combine between intervention, the problem, and then the study design. I want only RCT. And you can combine them using numbers. You will get the final hits. This is Cochrane. I show you Cochrane using either Search Manager or PCOS. It's same. So here the first element, statin or statins, you can run it at the same time because you can add different row here. I search also again in title abstract. You can select from here in all or title abstract. Again, same concept using different strategy. I search for statin or statins, depression or depressive, and trial. Again, you should use advanced search for Cochrane. ProQuest, if you want to cover the gray literature, again go to advanced search. Don't use basic search. This element for this window first for the first part of first element of PCOS, and here you can select, are you going to search only all subject or title abstract, or you can select from here. This is depression or depressive, this is trial, and then search all. Okay, so you see, same concept. You can try even other databases, but unfortunately for Google Scholar, it doesn't have this advanced search. So how we do it? Usually we use the keywords, the most important keywords. This is of course after we screen the articles and we finalize our final articles. Let's say we end up with 20 articles. So now we are familiar with the topic, with published studies. Usually we search using Google Scholar and we screen the first 10 pages. If there is any article we don't have it, okay? So, of course, during screening, searching the literature and screening, we have to use what they call it, the reference or bibliography management, either EndNote or Mendeley. Why? Because we use it to remove duplicate. We use it also to search for full text. We usually I group. I'll show you my EndNote now. I prepare different folders. We use it to screen full text and add annotation. We use it. The reference manager is not just only for citation manager, for citation of manuscript. I'll show you now. There is hands-on. I'll show you my example of my EndNote. Can you see my EndNote here? One of the library. Can you see it? Can I hear from you?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it's clear.
Yes, I can see your EndNote.
Okay, great. So usually I ask myself, I create different groups under my group here. I'm sure you are familiar. So each folder, it contains different databases. So let's say you can name it whatever. Okay. So let's say for this project, our databases include PubMed, Science Direct, Web of Science, Embase, whatever. So when I do you remember at PubMed when I sent to EndNote, then I just let's say now I import all those articles from PubMed. I just drag it into the database that I want. So this is for PubMed because I want, I'll explain after a while the Prisma checklist. You want to explain how many hits or how many articles you got for Web Science, for PubMed, for each article. So this is before I remove duplicate and before screening. So this is good things about what they call it EndNote. And then I can remove duplicate. Why there is duplicate? Again, because I'm bringing or importing articles from 2, 3, or 4 different databases. So maybe the same article or same journal indexed under Web Science and Scopus and PubMed. So I will get the same article from 3 different sources. And it counted as 748, but it's less. So using this platform, what they call it, the EndNote, I can remove duplicate by just going. I'll not go through. Sometimes even from here, I can remove duplicate, but if not, you can go to the reference and then just remove duplicates. Also, I can find full text. Where's the reference? Find duplicate, find full text, because I just recently installed the 20. Previously, I used to work with 9 version, 9X. Now this is 20. I just installed it a few days back. Anyone have used the 20 version? Usually it's either under reference, you can remove duplicate, or no, it should, sorry, because now, you know what's the mistake? I'm just selecting the Web Science. I should go to all references here. So here I can check. Yeah, so here I can find remove duplicate. Again, it's in this version, it's not here, but if you go here, a bit strange. Anyway, the good things, as I told you, you can remove duplicates if there is duplicate. Reference, find reference. So you can find full text from here. The other things for me, I can add full text, search for full text, easy. So just highlight and then find full text. So it will find the full text for you. Also, after I find the full text, let's say now at the stage of screening the full text for eligibility criteria. Usually I don't screen the full text outside the EndNote. Usually I use the EndNote feature here. Let's say, yeah, so I want to highlight this part because later on when I will write, I want to use this one, or maybe I want to add here sticky notes to summarize the finding or whatever. So you can add sticky notes here and then just save it in your EndNote. It will be saved. So when I close this folder, it will be it will ask me if I want to save or no. So this is another good things about EndNote. And then later on, I'll explain how to screen based on title abstract. Actually, you can, one step, you can screen based on rating. So I just see the article, the full text, that article here with the abstract, if I have the abstract. And then I can rate it, let's say 4-star or 5-star, it means included, 1 star, it's not included, and then 3-star, not sure for 2-star, it's also excluded. So I can rate this one by myself, and I share this EndNote file with the second member to see if we score those article, if it's included or excluded in the next step. Okay, but it should be arranged. I think there is other feature for EndNote, but those are the most important. Of course, later on you can have the you can cite use EndNote to cite your articles, your included studies. But by the way, usually I ask my collaborators or my students to have 2 EndNote library. One before screening title and abstract. So the first search when we search the literature, and the other one it's after we search the literature. Sorry, after we exclude some articles based on the title and abstract according to the inclusion and exclusion criteria. Let's move to
Mohammed.
Yes.
Sorry, it's that we have only 25 minutes before a prayer time.
Okay, sure. I'll just complete this part and then we'll have break. I'll meet you later on. Okay, so for screening, now let's move to step number 5, screening title and abstract based on eligibility criteria. So Dr. Norina, just inform me once the about the prayer time after 5 minutes. So what's the aim now? As I told you, after you search your literature, maybe you will get few hundred. So it's difficult to read the full text. So you need just to read only title and abstract, either in PubMed or EndNote, and assess them if you are going to include it or exclude it based on your predefined inclusion and exclusion criteria. So if it's relevant, yes, then you have to retrieve full text. You have to include the study. If it's not unclear, then again you have to include it. You have to again do another screening based on full text. If it's not really relevant, then you can exclude it. It should be done again by 2 reviewers. If there's any disagreement or discrepancy between the 2 reviewers, you should seek third opinion. This process, it should be reproducible. Okay. And how to perform screening, the title abstract, there's different ways. Either you can print all titles and abstract and then screen it manually. You can create online sheet, Google spreadsheet, and share it between 2 or 3 members. You can use EndNote. I just show you how to use EndNote. You can use semi-automated like Abstractcard, Confidence. My postgrad students, Warda, she will show you how to use Ryan maybe after the break. So hand screening, after you print, you can do that. So it should contain what's the citation, what's the decision, include or not include the study, exclude or not clear. Sometimes some researchers, they prefer to do data coding, but for me, I don't prefer. So this is example of semi-quantitative, sorry, this is that Google Sheet. So just create Google Sheet, add all titles with the abstract and share it with 2 members. And you can provide even the link for the abstract if there is not enough to add the abstract with the authors. So here, the two reviewer, they can just include it or exclude it. And at the same time, you can see both evaluation of both reviewer. So this is another way. Third way, using, as I told you, rating, but you have to share your EndNote. One author should do it first and then share it with the other one. And this is the Abstractcard. It's semi-quantitative. So you have to upload, you have to save your PubMed reference or EndNote reference in certain format, and then you can use Abstractcard. I will not go through Confidence. Ryan, maybe my students, I'll just show you Abstractcard quick. After that, we will stop. So this is the website. It has the same, again, it's tool. So it has the same concept. If you are using Abstractcard or Confidence or using Ryan, it has the same principle. Again, you should have account if you want to use it. I think I have account here. So it's to screen, let's say if you are included study just only 70, Actually, 70, you can screen it manually or using PubMed itself or EndNote. When we have to use this semi-quantitative, when we have hundreds. So I have different projects here, and it's shared. The good things about those databases, it's shared. But you can share the link with different with different reviewer. So this is my projects and my work. So now if I want to screen, just I can carry on with my screening for this one. This is some of them all. So you can see here, when you upload, I'll show you how to upload from EndNote to here. It will upload title, authors, and the abstract. And then here, I will just screen, is it included or excluded? So the next study, excluded, or maybe not sure. You can also rate those. So it's simple method, automated, and then it will give you final report about your result and the other members' result as well, to compare if there is any kind of conflict. This is my project. You can actually add a new one if you want. After you create account, you can start a new project from here, and then just name the project details and then attach file. But the file, it should have certain format. You cannot attach any format. So it should be only those format acceptable. It should be you can save it from PubMed as PMID list, or I think it accepts RIS from EndNote. So if it's those format, you just upload it, create new review, so it will appear under your project. So those, it's semi-quantitative. I use it if there is too many articles included studies during screening. If it's small number, again, usually I use the feature of the PubMed. Just I can screen here in the PubMed itself. Okay, Dr. Norina, the floor is yours. I think after break, if you are interested, maybe Wardash can share with you how to use Ryan.
Can we give time for Q&A?
Yeah, sure.
Any question from audience? Is there a question? I don't think I don't see any question at the chat box, but can I ask question, Prof?
Sure.
Is it possible if we put several different type of studies? For example, we include RCT as well as observational studies, or even we also include case series. What do you think?
Again, it's based on your research questions and your inclusion and exclusion criteria. To me, for observational studies, yes, you can combine cross cohort study, cross-sectional case studies, because they are most of them, they are a kind of observational study. But for intervention, I think case control, yes, with RCT, but of course the evidence, the final evidence will be a bit or final conclusion less solid as compared if you just included RCT. But again, it's based on how many number of study. Let's say after you apply your search strategy, you end up with only 3 RCT. It's not enough to conduct meta-analysis for 3 RCT, although it has higher level of evidence. So in this case, maybe you can include case control studies to increase the number of sample size. But in the discussion, you have to mention that 3 out of 10 articles only are RCT with higher level of evidence, because they pay attention to randomization, blinding. I'll explain that during risk of bias assessment. But yes. Again, it's based on your inclusion and exclusion criteria and based how many studies. If less number of studies, when you search, you will get just less number. In this case, you have to expand your search by adding other study design.
So is there any minimal number of studies should be included for systematic review?
For meta-analysis, minimum, you can do meta-analysis for 3 minimum. But of course, the several function of under meta-analysis cannot be done for 3, like sensitivity analysis using funnel plot. You cannot do it, or selection publication bias using funnel plot. Minimum you should have 10. So for meta-analysis, generally speaking, 3. But of course, the final conclusion, it's not really solid based on 3. I prefer more than 10 for systematic review and meta-analysis. But I have seen several systematic review and meta-analysis with 5, 6, 7 studies. But of course, when you start, you will have few hundreds. Then along the way, because you are excluded few studies because not relevant, or it has high risk of bias, or it has issue with the validity or statistical analysis or quality, then you have to exclude few of them. You will end up the articles that you will do meta-analysis for it, maybe just 20 or 15. But even 3, 4, 5, I have seen a few systematic review with 5 articles, especially for the new topics like currently now ivermectin or COVID-19, certain aspect related to COVID-19.
Can we give opportunity to Dr. Tutu to ask question? Dr. Tutu?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Nurina. Excuse me, Prof. Mohammed.
Yes.
If we make the systematic review and meta-analysis, and we have screened all the articles, but sometimes we not find out the raw data that we need for meta-analysis. But we can find that in other article that the article is systematic review and meta-analysis. So the article the same that we have reviewed. So how your opinion about this? Can we still use the article for our systematic review, but the data we get it from other systematic review? Thank you.
Yeah. First of all, it's not a must to for each systematic review to have meta-analysis. But again, it's acceptable if there is few, let's say, there is previous systematic review and meta-analysis for 10 studies, and recently there is another 10. So now your meta-analysis will be different as compared to the previous one, although you are including the previous 10 studies. So you will include the 10 studies that already previous other scientists or researchers, they have done meta-analysis for them, but you will add another 5, let's say there is recently published another 5 articles. So now you'll do meta-analysis for 15. It's acceptable to include few articles from the previous systematic review because your final effect size will be different. Because you added 5. But if you just only one additional study with smaller sample size, I think most reviewer, they will consider that kind of duplication and they don't accept. But if there's too many additional articles, you have 2 options, either to do only meta-analysis for those 5 articles, but I prefer to include all studies, the previous 10 and the recently published articles, to have the final conclusion.
Okay, sorry, but in our manuscript, we still use the original article for the review.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Norina.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tutu. I think we still have 10 minutes actually, Prof. For the prayer times, but actually on the schedule we still have one session. It's about risk of bias. Can you proceed it before we?
Yeah, I realized that, but by the way, there is 2 sessions for meta-analysis can be combined actually as one session. I just realized also that yesterday, which is force plot heterogeneity, can be combined with publication bias, funnel plot sensitivity analysis. It won't take longer time. So we are behind, I know, but I think we'll be able to finish on time. Okay, let me just see. Okay, so I think maybe we don't have time to try other tools, the Ryan. Perhaps I have asked my students to do demo, but since we don't have time, I'll just skip that. But it has the same principle as Abstracker, the one that I show you. So after you screen based on title abstract, step number 6, do you remember? Screen full text. Now you have less number of articles. You have to get the full text using EndNote or whatever, and then you have to read the full text and decide, 2 researchers, they should decide, or 2 authors, based on the eligibility criteria, if should be included or excluded. Then I have to mention here the Prisma. This is the link for Prisma statement, and in the guideline I attach 2 things. I attach the statement, 3. I attach the statement, I attach the Prisma checklist, and then Prisma flowchart. Those are very important. You cannot conduct systematic review without using Prisma flowchart and Prisma. Let me just show you the guidelines. Oops, it's here. Prisma flowchart and Prisma. So it's here, I think guideline number 4. This is the statement. This is the article itself. This is the checklist. So most of the journals, they will ask you, I'll come to this one later on. But most of the journals, they will ask you to complete this checklist. Do you remember Prisma for what? Tools, we use this tool for what? To improve the quality of our systematic review. It's not quality of the, it's not to assess the quality of included studies. So this is the checklist. It consists from, I think, how many elements? About 27. They need you to report the page number of each element. So does the title based on PCOS or whatever, the objective based on PCOS, in which number? And if it's not applicable, you have to mention. Have you done, let's say, risk of bias assessment, which tool? You have to report that. Some of those elements, they are essential. It's a must to do it. Some of them are optional. Okay, so it's written, I think, in the statement itself. And most of the journals, they will ask you to submit this checklist as supplementary with your systematic review to ensure that you follow the guideline. The other part of Prisma, it's the flow diagram. And this is the one that the whole work, the previous 6 steps, we want to do it in order to complete this flowchart. Of course, you can amend this flowchart. This is from the Prisma statement itself. So you need to record how many hits you got when you did first search. But here I prefer to report the N number for each database. So it's not just only total. I'll show you. PubMed, how many articles, Scopus, Web Science, and then additional from gray literature, from thesis. Then let's say now you got 500. How many records you have removed duplicate? You removed 1 article, 100. You end up for 400. So now this is the next step, which is when you screen the title and abstract for 400. You exclude out of 400, maybe 300, because it's not relevant. It's based on your inclusion and exclusion criteria. Now you end up with only 100 articles. So you will get full text, and then you will screen for the full text based on your inclusion and exclusion criteria. Maybe you'll exclude 70 articles. So here for the 70 articles, it's not enough to record or report only the N number. You excluded 70 out of 100. You need to mention the reason why you have excluded, because it's relevant, but maybe you excluded because sample size. So it's based on your criteria. So this is the final number. Maybe now for systematic review, you have 30 articles. Out of those 30 articles, only 10 articles, you can pull the data to do meta-analysis. So it's acceptable to have here 30 articles, while meta-analysis, you have only 10 articles. So let me just, so that's why Prisma, it's, and in your methodology, you can mention that this systematic review has been done based on or according to Prisma. Prisma stands for Preferred Reporting of Items for Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis. Okay, so now for the flow diagram, you have to report the number of hits for each database, and you have to report the duplicate as well. So this is example. Again, usually I ask my team, my groups, to report that first in table format. So this is the number of hits for each database. After they remove duplicate, how many they removed, how many in each database they remove the leftover or the balance. So out of 81, there is 28 from PubMed, from MPage. And then after removing, after screening title abstract, how many articles, and full text. And then they report this in the Prisma flowchart. So for the systematic review, the paper itself, we attach this chart. This one is just raw data for us. I think data extraction. I think data extraction is I'll go through. So after the break, we'll go through the risk of bias. So for data extraction, now the next step number 7. It won't take more than 5 minutes. So I'll try to finish on time. So it's 12 there. Here it's 1 p.m. Usually we use either spreadsheet or sometimes we use Ref Manager, the systematic review software itself, to do either quantitative or qualitative. I'll show you standardized format under Cochrane. Sometimes I use it to extract the data. It should be done by 2. That's why, to ensure there is no missing information. So if you check the guideline, I'll show you. Where is it? Okay, yeah, this guideline number 2, it's not guideline, it's form. So it includes guideline and form. This is the Cochrane data extraction form. Of course, you can design your own forms. This is especially if you are doing your included study or RCT. So what types of data you have to extract, study ID or report ID, then the first author, year of study, date of extraction, the citation, general information about based on the PCOS. So what's the, you have to assess based on PCOS, the study design or whatever, and then the information here based on PCOS. So this is participants. So what's the participant or population of your study? There's a few questions here you can answer. So this platform, this template, even you can use it to design your template, your own template. Information related to intervention, to outcomes, to the methodology, and then to the result, because you have to extract now the data of the result for each outcome. So first you have to extract the data for participant, the sample size, the dropout or withdraw, the age, all those things, and then for intervention, the duration, and then the result also, even if there is different outcomes. But you can design your own template. So for us, as I told you, for our group, we design our own Excel file or Word file, but it should include based on PCOS and then all the result of the outcomes, okay? I'll skip this one. So those are the consideration. So those are the example here. What are the contents that you can put in this format? What's the general information you need to extract? Characteristic, participant, including age, gender, ethnicity, whatever. Again, in the CRD guideline, it's attached. It will give you other more ideas about what are the information. And you are expert in your area, so you will know. So what are the software? If you cannot do it using this template, you can use it, Ref Manager. I'll show you later on when we will use it. And database, this template I show you already. You can use Excel. There is subscribed tools, but you have to pay for it. So for us, our team, we don't use it. We use either Excel or this template. So.
Prof, can you slide view? Can you choose the slide view?
Yeah. Actually, I want to show you this. This is another website. I'll come back to this. I show you York University. I think this is it here? No, it's here. This is another good source for information for those that are interested to do systematic review and meta-analysis. Seems, oops, I included the title. I think it's from Penn University. Yeah, Penn University. So again, it includes here different tools for extracting data, for managing the result, literature search, and there is different workshop there, online tutorial, I mean. So you can see here different tools can be used. Confidence can be used for screening title abstract and can be used, by the way, for also data extraction as well. Ryan, same. Abstractor, I have explained about it. So this source, you can use it for, if you are interested to find other tools. So as I told you, create CRD guideline. It will give you hints about how you can design your template. So you have to design table or Excel format, what types of data related to the methodology or to the result or to the outcomes, or even the conclusion and the limitation of the study. I include in this template the limitation and conclusion. Those are the software. So I think that's it. So there's difficulties for data extraction because sometimes different study, they have different population or different duration of intervention. It's on study in all of them, but one of them for 1 month, the other one 6 months. So you have to report all those different scale measurement. They use different method for statistical analysis. Okay. So I think we'll have a break now. So can you, I want from you, can you install Riff Manager? How you can install the Riff Manager? Go to the, here, the meta-analysis software. And this is the Riff Manager 5. Just check your properties of your computer. Is it 32 or 64? Most of us 64. Just click here and just follow the instruction. It won't take the 5 minutes. We'll use it for afternoon. And then if you have any question now about searching, I have done certain demo how to search PubMed and then how you can screen title abstract using different tools like Abstractor or EndNote or whatever, and then how to summarize your finding through using Prisma flowchart. So for the afternoon, I think I'll just have quick discussion or explanation about step number 8, which is critical appraisal, and then after that, the meta-analysis issue. Do you have any question before we stop for break? I'll meet you after 1 hour.
We have one at the chat box, Prof, from Dr. Hadian Basuki. He asked how if we found missing data during data extraction, should we contact the author?
Yeah, it's good point, really good question. So if there is any missing, I'll show you in meta-analysis. Usually we need the main, standard deviation, and so if there is any missing data, that's why in the template of data extraction, you have to write the author names and their contact details, including email. So you should contact the authors. And most of the time, the authors usually they reply because you are going to cite their work. One important point also, it comes to my mind, sometimes when they report their result, the outcome, it's not in table format, it's in figure format. We have faced this issue. So sometimes it's really difficult to get the mean or the odd ratio or the percentage. So fortunately, luckily, there is tools online. Have you heard about WebPlot Digitizer? I think I'll write it in the chat. So if the original or included study, they presented or they presented their outcome as graph, and it's really difficult to get the data, you have two options. Either you have to contact them to ask for the raw data, or you can use this tool. Recently, I use it with one of my collaborators, and it really works. It's really good platform. Just Google this software. So you just read the help. There is also some tutorial in the YouTube. Just import the figure into this software. It will extract the data, including the mean, the standard deviation, and the N number, whatever you want.
Can we have it at the chat box, Prof? Can you write it down?
Yeah, I just send it. Sorry, I send it to all, or yeah, sorry, I send it to only one participant. It should be to everyone. Yep. Thank you.
think we come to the end of the session before break. But due to we have still some sessions that actually should be discussed previously before this prayer time. Can we have, do you mind, Prof, if we have a break time until 12:45 in Indonesia time, or 13:25, 13:45, sorry.
Okay, sure.
Is it okay if
Yeah,
we
so
come back earlier, 15 minutes earlier?
15 minutes to discuss if there's any questions. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Okay, for the participants, we will have a break time session, but please come back at 12:45. And for the Prof. Muhammad, you may come back at 13:45 Malaysia time. Is it correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for taking your valuable time.
Thank you.
Giving us so many knowledge and tricks, tips, and share us so many resources that is hopefully this will be beneficial for all of us, that we can soon perform our systematic review and meta-analysis study, especially in collaboration with you. Thank you. For the participants, you may leave Zoom, or you may still at the Zoom meeting, but please come back at 12:45. Thank you.
Excuse me, Dr. Norina.
Yeah, Dr. Tutu.
I'm now install the Refman and have to choose standard mode on non-Cochrane mode. How I choose this?
I think standard mode, yeah.
Standard mode, yeah.
Sorry, it's non-Cochrane, because if you select standard mode, you should be a member under Cochrane.
Oh yeah, sorry.
So it's additional feature. You cannot do it if you choose non-Cochrane. Since you are not member, just non-Cochrane.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Dr. Norina.
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Prof belum hadir ya?
Oke, sepertinya beliau belum on kamera. Kita tunggu saja.
Waalaikumsalam.
Oh, you've been already, Prof.
Yeah, I just came back. Sorry for the delay.
No, you're not. You need time for rest after hours of explaining pearls of knowledge to us. Can you speak Malay?
Sikit.
Ah, great. So you've been in Malaysia since
2009, I think. So almost 12 or 13 years, yeah. But because the medium of instruction here in UM, it's in English, and we deal with our students in English, so yeah.
So
it's my mistake. Actually, my kids, they speak Malay better than me.
Great.
You know, the kids usually they catch up with the language with much better as compared to adults.
So Prof, you have been ready for continuing the session?
Okay. So you
please take your time to prepare your slides here.
Just to check if all participants they joined or not yet. Tell me, 26.
They will be coming in a few minutes.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, very clear.
Let me just go for presentation mode. Okay, so shall we start?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I think the rest they can join us later on. So let's move to step number 8, which is critical appraisal before we go for the meta-analysis. So critical appraisal and quality assessment. So I can summarize this. It consists from 3 different sub-steps. We have to do risk of bias assessment for primary studies. We have to do quality assessment for the outcomes, and then quality assessment for our systematic review. I'll just repeat. So it's risk of bias for included studies. Then we have to use grade to grade our outcomes. So it's not the included studies, it's for the outcomes. And finally, we have to follow certain guidelines to improve the quality of our systematic review. Of course, before we start critical appraisal, regardless if it's ROB or even for the quality assessment, we have to ask ourselves about the included studies. Are the results valid? We are experts in the field, so of course we know if the research and the included studies, they have used valid statistical analysis or not, if their sample size calculated correctly or not, all those things. What are the results? Is it has clinical implication, it's relevant to our topic or not? And then will the result, when we combine the result of included studies, does it help us to draw solid scientific conclusion or not? Okay, so let's introduce the bias before I explain what are the tools that we use it to explain, that we use it to assess the risk of bias. What is bias? I'm sure most of you, or if not all of you, know the bias. It's error either in the designing of the experiment. Let me just get the pointer. So this error, systematic error, it's either during the designing of the experiment, in terms of sample size or whatever, during the collection of data. It could be in any stage of those, during the analysis. And now I'm referring to the primary studies, the included studies, the empirical studies. So during the analysis, the authors or they have a bias in selecting the analysis or the statistical analysis of significant, which post hoc or whatever. In the interpretation, reporting, publication, sometimes, as I told you, most of the publication is just for positive result, not for the negative results, which will create bias as well. So all those systematic error that are systematically differ from the truth, which means the final data that they presented in their primary studies, they are not accurate, or they are differ from the truth. Those are, so it's a systematic deviation or error from the truth of the result. This is the simple definition of bias. Can lead to underestimation or overestimation. So their final conclusion, the primary studies, is either, most of the time, it's kind of overestimation, because they increase the, I don't know, they play around with the statistical analysis to have more significance, especially those at the borderline. So in this case, if there is kind of bias or overestimation in the included studies, of course, the systematic review and meta-analysis will have the same bias. That's why we have to assess the risk of bias. But sometimes it's really difficult to know or understand the risk of bias. That's why there is certain tools. So for ROPE and most other tools. So ROPE, as I told you, it's under Cochrane. Currently, they are using ROPE 2 tool. Previously, ROPE 1. It's almost same. There is no difference. It's just some extra question. They have under this ROPE 6 domains. And there is few questions under each domain. So selection bias domain. So selection bias, it's simply, it's about to ensure there is kind of randomization during the selection. So randomization for, let's say, if in the intervention study, the RCT, they have treated group or intervention group and placebo. Selection bias, how they have selected participant for their intervention or placebo, have been done that as randomly. Performance bias, it's most, and also here I forgot also, it's for concealment also. I'll explain that in the next slide. Performance bias, it's mostly related to blinding. Blinding of both participants, so those they join the intervention, they should not know if they are taking placebo or the intervention. So when we design the capsule, let's say if our intervention is from drug. So when we design the capsule, it should look like the same. The only difference, it's just only we know that the placebo, it does not contain the active drug or the active compound. Okay, but also there is sometimes blinding for personnel who will perform the assay or scoring. There is blinding in terms of detection. So the assessor, let's say if certain scoring by the doctor, so if they are not blind, when they assess the outcomes or when they score the outcomes, of course, there's kind of bias. So we have to check if they really there is blinding in the primary studies or not. Attribution bias, we can check if there is kind of attribution bias if they report the number of withdrawal or dropout. So if there is high dropout in the intervention group as compared to placebo, we have to score this one as high risk or moderate risk. I'll give you a few examples how we can score each domain as high or low risk. Reporting bias, especially for RCT, it's easy to check the reporting bias. As I told you, for RCT, usually the researcher, they have to publish their protocol. So usually we check the protocol and we compare it with the final RCT to see if they have reported all of the outcomes or not. Because sometimes also we have to look to the methodology, what are the outcomes or the parameters that they will evaluate, and we look at the result, if they have reported the data of all the outcomes or not. If not, it means there is reporting bias. It seems one of the outcomes or one of the parameter, it has negative result or non-significant result. That's why they didn't report that in the result. There is other bias also. I'll give you a few examples. So what are the tools that we use it to assess risk of bias. So it's very important to ensure that only higher quality with low bias should be included in our meta-analysis. Otherwise, we should exclude it. Some researchers or some scientists, they say at least 4 or 5 out of those domains, it should be have low risk. But sometimes we accept even with 2 domain high risk, but we have to discuss. And later on, even if we accepted 1 or 2 study with high risk in 2 domain or 3 domains, let's say out of 6, we have to do the sensitivity assay. Later on, I'll explain that during the meta-analysis. So what are the tools? Either we can use Cochrane-Robb tool, but this tool, remember, it's just only for included study if they are RCT. So this is the link, and actually I have included the guideline or the table for checklist for Robb in the guidelines. There is also a bit one general GEDAD skill. It's being used by Oxford Quality. The other name for it, it's Oxford Quality Scoring System, but it's less commonly as compared to Robb. It's used also for clinical trial and randomized studies. But let's say if your included studies are observational study, like cohort or non-randomized, then you cannot use Robb. You have to use Robbins I tool. Those are the links, but almost more or less they are same. It's just only the question. They have the 6 domains, but the difference only the question. Of course, for social science, I think there's tool under Guana Briggs Institute, and if it's observational study, there is another tool called Strobe statement. It's attached in the guidelines. So there is few questions under 6 domain. You have to answer them based on scoring, either low risk, moderate risk, high risk, or non-clear, or sometimes it's scoring from 1 to 5 or different scoring. I'll show you. We have also NOS, Newcastle Ottawa skills. This is for non-randomized studies. We have CCAT tools. It's mostly for, again, also for non-randomized study. You can access, sorry? So we have this link, it's Equator. In this link, you can see different tools. Let me just, so this is the Equator. So it will give you what are the guidelines that you should use for each types of study. I'll not go through. So this is the Robb. Don't worry, I'll explain a bit more details about those 6 domains. So usually later on, we will access the risk manager and we will get this risk of bias figure. So it's 6 domains. I repeat, 6 domains. The first domain, selection, about selection bias. So selection bias for randomization, there's 2 questions under selection bias, that sequence generation and allocation concealment. So we have to evaluate the included studies in those 2 things under selection bias. Performance bias, if both participant and then the personnel who will involve in the performing the study, the included studies, they are blinded. They don't know if this participant taken placebo or taken intervention. Detection bias, the one who will evaluate the outcome, do the measurement. Let's say if the intervention is for diabetic, so the one who will measure the blood sugar, they should be blind. So when they receive the samples, it should be coded based on numbers, so they don't know if it's this patient taking the intervention or placebo. Otherwise, it will create kind of bias. Attribution bias, if there is incomplete outcome data, especially because of the dropout. If there is imbalance between the placebo and intervention, there is high withdrawal or dropout in the intervention. In this case, we have to score attribution bias a bit high. If any of those domain or question, it's not mentioned in the article, we have to rate it as unclear. So you see it's color coding. So the green, it's low risk of bias. Red, it has the primary study. Again, all those domains we are evaluating what? We evaluate the primary studies, the included studies. So if it's not mentioned in the included study about allocation concealment, then we just have to select and clear risk of bias because they didn't report that. Reporting bias, as I told you, just look at the methodology and then the result. If the research of the included study, if they reported all the outcomes, if they reported the result, or they introduced certain parameter and there is no result for it. Or look at the protocol of RCT and then the final article. So those are few examples how you can rate those different domains. Let's start by sequence generation. How you can score it as low risk or high risk. I'm sure all of you, especially those that are conducted RCT, they know how to generate the sequence. Let's say we have 100 patients, we should generate sequence, so we should split them into 50 for intervention and 50 for placebo. So if this generation generated by as automated computer based, it's mentioned in the included study, so it has, we have to rate this as low risk. If they use randomized tables, also consider low risk, because if they use block randomization or other similar method, we have to rate this study as low risk under this domain, sequence generation. But if they use quasi-random, or it's based on patient preference. So they ask the patient when he comes to the clinic, do you want to be in the intervention group or in the placebo? So consider high risk. Sometimes it's acceptable to have high risk here, because sometimes it's really difficult to have blinding in terms of in terms of allocation concealment. Let's say like massage, one group we want to compare between, let's make it more easier, Tai Chi with other meditation. So of course we can, the patient for drugs, we can prepare 2 capsules, one as placebo, one as intervention with the same, it looks like same shape. But for certain intervention, it's difficult. Okay, so also other, you have to rate it as high risk. It's based on the clinician or the doctor judgment. So he measured, let's say, if the intervention for body weight or for diabetic. So based on the judgment, he thinks that this patient having high, first patient, number 1, having high blood sugar. So it should be go under intervention. Second one, have moderate blood sugar. It should go under placebo. So here there is bias. So most of the patient with high blood sugar will go, or low blood sugar or moderate will go for intervention. So you should rate. So you should read the methodology, especially RCT. It's really easy to assess the risk of bias. Day of visit. Sometimes some research of primary studies, they will mention those patients, they come on Monday, they will go for intervention. Those they come on Tuesday, they will go for placebo. Again, it's not, it has high risk of bias. Or patient ID, or they use day of birth. In terms of allocation concealment, if when we allocate the participant to be under placebo or intervention, if we use central allocation or opaque envelope, this is considered low risk. Or sealed envelope, so he's not able to know. Or we use the same identical drug, as I told you, same 2 capsules for both intervention and placebo, then in this case it has low risk under allocation concealment. But if we use transparent envelope, so they can select, it's clear, they can see this is intervention, this is placebo. So they are interested to go for, let's say, vaccine for COVID, when they started COVID vaccine. If it's transparent envelope and they can read, so they can select to go, all of them, to go for, so they know already there is no blinding here. They know they are, they're having the intervention. Okay, or allocates were not blinded, so consider high risk. Random sequence known in advance, also if they know how we created the sequence of generation, the randomization, then it consider high risk. For blinding, both patient or participant and the study personnel, they should be blinded. If it's mentioned in the included study, so low risk. If they were not blinded, but this will not affect the outcomes. Because sometimes, have you heard about placebo effect? Sometimes if they know if they having the intervention, some of the outcomes will be, there is bias. I mean, the final result will be affected by the feeling that they are taking the drug or taking the vaccine. High risk if it's open label study or no placebo group. So in this case, you have to rate it as a high risk. Those just only few examples for you to score the included studies. And complete outcomes. So if there is no missing outcome data, you should score it as low risk. But if there is missing data more than 5 to 10%, let's say the number of participants in the intervention 100, out of 100, there is 15 patients as they would withdraw. There is dropout along the way because the treatment is for 2 weeks, 2 months. So in this case, we have to score it as high risk, especially if there is imbalance between the placebo and intervention. There's few other examples. What about selective outcome reporting? If all pre-specified outcomes, they have reported the data, the result for those, then we consider that low risk. If the protocol was not available, so how we can know? As I told you, for RCT, we have to look at the protocol. For other types of studies, we have to look at the methodology section and compare it with the result. High risk, if one or more of the pre-specified outcome is not reported. They introduce 2 scoring or 2 measurements for the same outcome, and then in the result, they just reported 1. The other one they didn't report, so there is bias. It seems it's not significant result. What about other source of bias? If the study free from other source of bias, we consider that low. But if, let's say, the study stopped earlier, so they propose in their protocol this RCT for 1 year, but then they just stopped 6 months. So this is considered you should score it as high risk of bias under other source. If they have had extreme baseline imbalance, when you compare between, let's say, they don't have 2 groups, they have just the baseline and after treatment measurement. And then, or even if they have 2 groups and they are evaluating drug for obesity. So you will notice the baseline for patient under the intervention, most of them, they have low body mass index. While those under placebo, they have higher body mass index. So again, this is considered as high risk under other source. So when you score them, you should use ROB. I'll show you now how we can do it. We use Risk Manager. We score all those, but you need to read really the methodology. Okay, so what about if we have animal? Our included studies are animal. Usually there's other tools, so not just only ROB. We have Circle, so Circle tool, it's for animal study, and Cameridas tool, also we use it for animal study. I think I attached both of them in the folder so you can compare the question between ROB. But when you look, it has the same domain, selection bias, performance bias, detection bias, attribution bias, reporting bias, but the question here, it's a bit different. So random sequence generation is the same. So we look actually for the primary study, if the researcher, they said for animal, randomly distributed into 5 groups. So if they mention randomly, then we have to score this one low risk. But if they didn't mention, we have to score it unclear. But if they said we selected the highest body weight animals for intervention, here there is high risk. Baseline characteristic, allocation concealment also. I don't think allocation concealment it's applicable here for animal. Performance bias, so random housing, so instead of unblinding. So we added another question here. Detection bias, so the assessor should be blinded when he assesses the outcomes, and also random outcome assessment for both intervention and placebo. The others, I think, almost same. OHAT can be used for in vitro. So if your primary studies, in vitro studies, then you have to use OHAT tool. Their scoring, it's not low and high, it's definitely low, probably low, probably high, definitely low. So they have 4 scoring and 4 different colors. And those few questions to help you for the 6th domain. So here, allocate, let's say for randomization, if there is no variation, which means when they seed their cells, they have homogeneous cell suspension. If it's not homogeneous, then there is high risk for randomization. Allocation concealment, Again, it's related to homogeneous suspension. For blinding, if they assess under detection bias, if they assess the whole plate for intervention and placebo using automated machine. So in this case, you have to rate that as low risk, because when they use the automated machine, it will give the result for all. There is no kind of bias. But if they do the measurement individually and they know this sample is for intervention while other sample is for placebo, then there is kind of detection bias. So it's again a bit similar. So those are the tools that we use it for assessing the risk of bias. I have a question here. Let's say if we have 3 domains out of 5 or 4 out of 6, one of the included study having high risk. Can we include it or we should exclude it? What do you think? Any idea? Can we include it for meta-analysis? If 4 out of 6. So now we have selection bias, performance, detection, attribution. So 3 or 4 out of 6, when we score this study, of course, we have to score all included studies. Let's say if we have 20 studies, we have to do this for all 20 studies. Let's say if one study having 4 out of 6, can we include it in our meta-analysis or systematic review, or we should exclude it?
I think we can.
Yeah, so to me, it depends on the final number of studies. So let's say if you have end up with 50 or 40 studies, so it's enough to pull the data and to have final conclusion. I think it's better to exclude the study, especially if it has 5 domains or 4 domains. But if you end up with only 7 studies, one of them it has high risk, I can advise you just include it, but under risk of bias, you have to score it as high risk. And there is a way during the meta-analysis to do 2 meta-analysis. One, we call it sensitivity analysis, one with this study and one without this study, to see when we exclude the study, does it affect the final effect size or not? Okay, so this is for the include study. What about the outcomes? Do we have tools to evaluate our outcome? So let's say our outcome is the mortality rate or the prognosis or pain. We score pain because our intervention is for pain management. Yes, there is tool, and actually we have to use this tool, especially if you are planning to publish in high impact journal. They will ask, have you assessed the quality of the evidence of the outcomes? So to do that, we use software called, it's under Cochrane, called Grade Pro software. Okay, I attach the guideline for this grade in the guideline, and also this is the link. So this scoring, I repeat, it's not for the included studies, it's for the outcomes. If you have 2 primary outcomes and 2 secondary, you have to score them based on the outcomes. What are the levels of this scoring? The certainty, either having high quality, moderate, low, or very low quality. So which one the better? The low certainty, the low or high quality? So those are the scoring system under grade. So very high when the author, I cannot read it here. Okay, when the author have a lot of confidence that the true effect is similar to the estimated effect. So when the final effect size of this outcome in your meta-analysis, it has a bit, it's almost similar to the true value. So in this case, you can rate it high. So the best is the higher quality evidence. Okay, so what are the domains here? One of the domains for grade, it's risk of bias based on ROP. So when you assess risk of bias of the included studies, of course, you will look at the risk of bias for the outcomes. So one of the study, this outcome, it has really high bias. So in this case, you have to rate this one as in the software itself, it will give you scoring system. So at the end, it will show under the software as very low certainty. Okay. It has 5 domain. Then the imprecision, how you can rate it, or the software, just it will ask you about the sample size. So if the sample size small, then it will rate this one as low. And also the software itself, it will look at the confidence interval or p-value, because this is my kind of indication for the precision. So if it has wider confidence interval, then the precision will be low. There is kind of imprecision. And consistency, usually we look at the I-square at the end of the meta-analysis. If this outcome having high I-square, in this case, we have to rate this one as very low. And directness, so if the result of this outcome can apply to your patient, so you are studying certain outcome, does it relate to your patient or age or whatever this outcome? If it's directly related to your patient, then you have to rate it as high, otherwise it's low. Publication bias, through funnel plot. We have to look at the funnel plot. So actually grade, usually we do it after meta-analysis. We do meta-analysis first, and then we do grade for the outcomes in order to conclude. So it looks here, this is one of the grade that we have done it for one of our manuscript, just to give you wide picture about grade. It's for outcome. So we include here, do you remember for risk of bias, we include here the list of included study. But for grade, we put here the outcomes. So this is the intervention is probiotic for colorectal cancer. So one of the outcomes, if the probiotics modulate the gut microbiota or modulate the inflammatory immune system and inflammatory biomarkers, so all are qualitative. So here we add for each outcomes how many studies. By the way, it's not a must. Each outcome, if you have 3 outcomes or 4 outcomes, it's not a must to have same number of studies for each outcome. Sometimes the first outcomes you have 10 studies, while the second outcomes you have less number of studies. Then those are the 4 domains that I told you: risk of bias, inconsistency, indirectness, imprecision, and other consideration. So if you go to this software, the Grade Pro software, it will ask you a few questions. And actually, when you add the data to the software, which is the N and also the final effect size, it will calculate the confidence interval, and then it will tell you if there is serious. So the grading here for each outcome, sorry, for each domain, is it serious or not serious only. But the level of certainty is here: moderate, high, or low. So if the outcome having high quality, then we can trust this outcome. But if it has moderate or low, then we cannot trust this outcome. So it should have kind of high. Sometimes we accept moderate, but low, you can report that, by the way. But for the other scientists to know that this outcome, it's based on the low certainty, low evidence of certainty, which means there is issue with this outcomes in the primary studies. So they can look at what's the problem. Is it with the risk of bias or inconsistency because the smaller sample size, or sorry, imprecision because the smaller sample size, and consistency because the heterogeneity, the I-square, or whatever. So if you are interested to do grade, I think just try to use the Grade Pro and to look at the guideline. Finally, a part of quality assessment is to assess, to ensure that your systematic review, they follow the guidelines. So quality assessment of systematic review. Again, I repeat, we do risk of bias for primary studies, grade for outcomes, and then we follow the PRISMA guideline for to improve the reporting of our systematic review. I explained, I think, about the checklist and the flow chart. So this is the checklist. Especially you have to focus, most of the researchers, they look at supplementary checklists to check what types of risk of bias tools that you have used, how you extracted your data, two reviewers have conducted that or not. So I think there is also other tools other than Prisma. So Prisma, it's tools to assess the quality of your systematic review, but also critical appraisal skill program. We can use it to assess its guideline, the systematic review. For meta-analysis, there is other guidelines. Some journal, they ask for meta-analysis reporting standard tool or guideline. You should follow this guideline. So it's checklist, same like this checklist. But this guideline, it focuses more on the meta-analysis. The question about the effect size, heterogeneity, publication bias, the funnel plot, and others. If your systematic review observational, it's better to use most meta-analysis and systematic review tool or guideline or checklist. But based on my reading, most researchers, they use Prisma. I can say about 90% of systematic review, they use Prisma. So do you have a question before we go for meta-analysis for risk of bias?
No question at the chat box.
Dr. Nurinda, may I ask question to Prof. Muhammad?
Yes, please, Dr. Fiska.
Yes, thank you. Prof. Muhammad, I'm still not sure about how to decide whether we should use an article or not from the bias tool assessment that you've already explained. For example, we got like 6 domains. From those 6 domains, we got only 4 domains that got the good and high score, and then the rest of it just moderate to low.
Yeah.
Can we include this kind of articles that got this score or not? And then let's say that we got 20 articles as our final M. It's good number.
Yeah.
But let's say that we got 7 articles that experience this kind of scoring.
Yeah.
Can we just exclude these 7 articles out? Thank you.
I understand the question. I think you have to look also to the overall, because you have to read the full text of the article. So let's say if you have question mark about the data, the validity of data, not just only for blinding and randomization, they use wrong statistical analysis. To me, it's better to exclude this study. But you have to explain it, because remember, once you cite, because you have to mention under discussion that I have excluded the study because there is high risk under selection bias domain, there is no blinding under performance domain, whatever, and also they have used wrong statistical analysis, or maybe their sample size calculation was not done correctly. So the authors, they may contact the journal and they argue. So you should have at least evidence to support your judgment. As long as you have evidence, to me, sometimes I look, when I read certain articles, I find really the way how they conducted the statistical analysis or the experimental design itself, it's really wrongly done. So in this case, with other domains, I just exclude it, even if I have 3 out of 6. Because I want my final conclusion of meta-analysis to be really strong and solid. So by including one study with high risk of bias, with low, with the validity, it has question mark. In this case, yeah, the final conclusion is not good.
Okay.
The other factor is the number of studies. As you mentioned, if you have enough studies, then better to those with 4. But here you can see like here, but there's other illustration I'll show you later based on the studies. Because for ROP, we can create 2 figures. One based on the domain, the other one based on studies. Let's see if I have here example to show you. I think one of the studies. So let's say if, yeah, here it's green. So let's say this is based on study. They have only 3 studies. Let's say the first study, it has 6 or 4 red color, but because it's only 3 studies, they end up with 3 studies. I think they should include it, but they have to really discuss that. under risk of bias assessment.
Okay, I got the idea now. Thank you very much, Professor.
But the good things, there is way when we do meta-analysis to repeat the meta-analysis 2 times. As I told you, one with this study, one without, especially if you have 5 studies. With 3 studies, it's difficult to do sensitivity analysis.
Must we include both of the meta-analysis in our final articles?
Yeah, because otherwise the reviewer, they will ask you now, you included 1 study or 2 studies with 5 high risk with the high risk in under 5 domains, but you didn't report the final effect size. So no need to report the whole meta-analysis. You need to report the final effect size. I'll explain that later on under meta-analysis. So the final effect size, you will mention it's significant towards or favor to intervention, and when we exclude those 2, it's still significant with high effect size.
Okay, okay.
But if those, when you exclude those studies, it changed the final effect size from significant to non-significant, or from favor to intervention to placebo. In this case, you should not include it. Your justification will be weak of including the study.
Okay.
Let's to make it easy, I think let's go for the meta-analysis for you to understand, because it will explain.
Sure. Thank you.